it. Usually we have in our speaking points the first line which says, I need to thank organizers. I'm thrilled. Minister, please continue along the lines, and data is extremely important also for survival of Joint Research Center. And Dr. Gilbert, I used you as an example when I was traveling through Latin America. I saw you on TV, and it was the good practice of European Union that brought this very difficult time. So Sven, I don't know how you managed this magic. I feel absolutely thrilled to share this introduction. After thanking, and this is really heartfelt thanking, I just not sure if many of you know what JRC stands for. It's a very sui generis creation in European Commission. We are an in-house science service, and we are at this policy interface between science and policy making, where we are basically charged with providing independent evidence-based knowledge and supporting all EU policies with a sole purpose of positively impacting societies. So we are basically working on two dimensions. We are producing science, and we are also synthesizing science. However, our main challenge is to turn it into actionable one that could be really used by policymakers, and all the challenges come from there. Joint Research Center has at least 2,000 scientists, and we produce around 2,800 peer-reviewed publications yearly. We are very popular. We stand very high in the ranking globally. So policy areas that we cover are from health, cancer treatment, food safety standards, biodiversity, energy technologies, security safeguards, you name it. I can't say that we are particularly strong on social sciences, and this is something that we will be looking further on. I couldn't agree more with the first introductory words delivered on behalf of the Belgian Office for Policy, Science Policy Office. The question is, if we have this knowledge and we have this understanding and willingness to base policy making on scientific evidence, the question is why it is not happening. And there were a few reasons mentioned, and I would like to share what we see from our perspective engaging what is it? What is it that is precluding us to move forward? So first is the practical one. We have this getting the best available science is not so easy. On the top of the desk full of different files for decision makers, and we need to be there at the right time with the right message. And this is not easier for different reasons. We are all resource constrained. Time is probably the most difficult resource, and there is so much information coming from different corners that it is really difficult to see which one is the one that the policymaker needs at the right time. So this is a kind of a tackling practical problem, and you need to see how to connect also this, as you said, multidisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity across different disciplines. Across government departments is another issue. Delivering just to the department in charge of health will not necessarily address the issue. And we saw, working with a number of member states, that this is a challenge across different member states in the European Union and is tackled quite differently. Our interest when we are engaging is really to create space, time, and offer methods and knowledge that would help those who are needing to take the decision to bring this cross-disciplinarity into the work. And we see the problem on both sides. On the supply side, so among researchers, but also on the demand side, inside government. Usually you have people in the government who have done academic, who've studied, who are very smart people, and they may not think necessarily that that type of knowledge will really help them in making the decisions. We've seen, as an economist myself, I always thought that if the best economists could be given the choice in making economic policy, we'll get it right. we've seen some crises, and Anastasia will take the example of Greece, where really renowned economists didn't make the good decisions. So we have also the same on the need of the knowledge broker, basically to help the both sides to connect and communicate. We increasingly see the need for governments to work on this demand side. So what is it, you were talking about the shared competency, we still believe that you have to have a basis of two different sets of competencies where you can really request from the civil servants and be comfortable with science, able to ask the questions and understand assumptions and understand what's in it for them. Then, of course, the political problem is very hard. Once it gets on the desk of the minister, will the minister read it? Will be able to act upon it? And scientists often fall into the trap of thinking that, if we produce this perfect report, I just need to find the answer, and it will make a difference. We'll know how to do it. And this is called a deficit model, and we know it's mostly wrong. Science, by definition, cannot resolve a political question. Science can help understand the problem better, underlying causes, pros and cons between different options. It's for politicians to choose those options on the basis of politics and democracy. This neat distinction, of course, between science and politics is very hard to maintain a real practice in the debate. And we know, be it in public or not, things get messy. And this is because that science is not free of value. Decisions about what to research, what to publish, are ultimately driven by political priorities. Worse, when it comes to political matters, especially the most polarized ones, everyone sees scientific evidence through the lens of their own values, of their own identities. Even most intelligent and open-minded of us find hard to accept science that challenges our deep beliefs, the so-called my-side biases. Sometimes we ask ourselves, you finished talking about misinformation. Sure, we all know misinformation, disinformation exists, but why do we allow ourselves to be misinformed? Ultimately, it comes down to what everyone stresses today is trust. Trusted relationship between scientists, decision makers, also institutions and the government. And the trust doesn't come from being there. It is earned both by scientists and politicians and anyone in the service. Through our work with 7 member states, through TSI project, we saw how complicated these issues are and that not all member states have the same answer, not all have the same approach. I think this is the role that we can continue playing together with the OECD in really helping to find the best approach. And the competencies come as a very important factor, competencies of skills to provide to policymakers and researchers. And basically, this will be also the way of building this trust. Scientific evidence often carries uncertainties, as we know, and we need to make sure that these conditions, premises are communicated clearly and they are transparent, and the whole of evidence is known how it's being done. Now, it seems common sense, but it's not commonly practiced. Also, because many models, many evidence is proprietary and delivered by the private sector. So for clear reasons, they may not be necessarily easily replicable. So what does JRC offer? So our offer is exactly to help also policymakers to prepare for those uncertainties that may come, to make the policymaking more resilient. We come with anticipation. We use our science to exploit the power of foresight and to boost these anticipatory capacities of policymakers beyond the latest crisis. yes, we work on integration, trying to bring different views of the same problem between EU policies and across high-level objectives, between also internal and external policies, because the challenges that we face are complex. There is not one single area, not one single science that can provide the necessary answer, and we know the things that we decide in Europe have a global repercussions. And then we are very much into impact. Minister, I understand the challenges of the discussions you have measuring the impact of social investment. We have been working on beyond GDP, how do you measure the wealth of and the wealthier of the societies? And we are, over many years, haven't really advanced as much as we wish, because you have one measure, you have GDP per capita, and it's easy to come up with. The moment you look for other answers, it becomes much more complicated. So the impact, again, the impact of EU policies and the science is definitely there from the basically inception, definition of the problem, to design, monitoring, and performance measurement. That's the role that we see to be played. And in the European Union, we have the so-called better regulation framework that allows us to do it. Basically, it's a co-creation process, the way we do it in European Union, in the Commission, for sure, where we bring both policymakers and scientists and don't see it as a one-way street, but working together throughout the process. The development of competences frameworks, both for researchers and policymakers, is something that should help understand and map these different skills needed for them to operate in the science for policy interface. And they are openly available and can be used, and hopefully will enhance the conversation between public administrations and research institutions to really advance us towards the same goal. The European Commission is working with science through, as I mentioned, the regulatory better regulation agenda, and it definitely calls formally, legally binding to use the science throughout the entire policy cycle. We also are working on science, how it underpins policy. So it's not science for the sake of science, but science that could be actionable and really useful for our policymakers. If I'd look at the perspectives from today's view, recently we have seen quite a bit of movement, and probably all of this is a result of what we went through during the COVID period, where we have, if I'd look what member states have agreed in the recent years, I haven't seen it in the lifetime. In 22, we had staff working document on supporting and connecting policymaking in the EU member states with scientific research. We had in 23 Council conclusions on science for policy. We had beginning of 24 Ghent declaration from the ministers of European Network of Public Administration and commitment to promote exactly evidence-informed policy making. All of this shows that there is an understanding and there is basically commitment. The question is, for us, are we going to use this opportunity? Are we going to use this opening? Can we offer solutions? Are we going to deliver? I cannot overstate the importance of reflections that we will be engaging in those few days. And I really hope that we can live up to the expectations, because if we lose this moment, we will easily and happily live in our bubbles as we did before.
Thank you so much. How to keep your speakers on the tip of their toes is to change the order in which they're speaking. Let's see if they're still awake. Thank you, Jolita. It's not easy to get the right science at the right policymaker at the right time with the right message, so it's quite a big challenge there. Cross-department work, we heard it before as well. The need for the knowledge broker who knows the two worlds and to kind of merges the competences that are needed. And of course, the deficit problem, we cannot expect science to solve political problems. We can only help and support in order to get that. So now, indeed, there is time for our second honest broker, Professor Eric Lambin. He's a member of the group of Chief Scientific Advisors and the Scientific Advice Mechanism to the European Commission.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm here as a knowledge broker, even though most of my work is as a scientist. I'm a full-time professor at University of Louvain and Stanford University. But for the last 3 years, I've played also this role of an actor as part of this so-called scientific advice mechanism of the European Commission, known as SAM. Just a few words on that mechanism. It's based on 3 groups of actors. First, there's a group of chief scientific advisors. I'm one of them. We're 7. Then there's a very large network of all the European academies, and they are grouped together under a network known as SAPEA, Science Advice for Policy. I always forget the last part of the acronym. And basically, they're really able to tap on the very best experts on a given topic within the entire science community in Europe. And thirdly, there's a unit as part of the DG RTD within the Commission that's really supporting this process, and with actually very good scientists, and a lot of them actually are detached from the Joint Research Center for a short time to help support this process. How do we work? It always starts with a question from a commissioner, so we advise directly the College of Commissioner, a question from the commissioner or from the service, and then with a first phase where we help the commissioner to scope exactly the question. What do they need to know? What do they already know? Why is there a knowledge gap, etc.? Second phase, we turn toward the SAPEA network, the scientific community, and they assemble working groups with the very best scientists in Europe on that topic. And they have a series of workshops that assemble a very interdisciplinary group of scientists on that topic, and they just review all the evidence and produce a synthesis of the evidence. And of course, the first few meetings, because they come from different disciplines, they try to understand each other, to agree on the terms, and then they conclude with a review report. And we as advisors, we observe this meeting, we sit there, we listen, we try to learn from these experts, but we don't really intervene in that process. At the same time as this is going on, the unit at DG RTD is mapping the policy ecosystem on that topic. What kind of policies are already there in Europe related to that topic? The third phase, that's where the group of chief scientific advisors take an active role. Based on this evidence and based on the policy landscape, we identify a series of tractable policy recommendations for the commissioner. So these are not kind of options, well, we could do this, we could do that. It's really, okay, we think Europe should do this and that and that. And we publish that in a very short report. And the final phase, we spend quite a bit of time communicating these recommendations. We meet with the commissioner, with the parliament, with the interest group, if they are willing to listen to us, etc. So it's a large phase to really make sure that these recommendations penetrate the policy ecosystem. So that's how it works. I was asked to share my experience, my personal experience with this process. Let me review the 3 main groups. First, the scientific community. There's this saying that the scientist is the one who would rather be right than useful. And of course, in science, we always have to be right, but we can also be useful. And in fact, if you look at how it works, most scientists are really keen, actually, to be useful and to spend quite a bit of their time to discuss with their colleagues and review their evidence, assess exactly what is known, what is not known, and it's it's hard work. It's always under very high time pressure. They have 2 or 3 months to review the science in a very large field. They do that for free, so they get very little credit for that, and they're very keen to do that. So that saying that I was mentioning, right rather than useful, is really not confirmed by what I observe, in the generosity of all these scientists that say, okay, I spend a lot of time out of my lab and I will try to be useful. Second component, the group of chief scientific advisors. This is a slightly ungrateful task. We're all also scientists, and of course, when you do the science advice, you don't really do the cutting-edge science, you don't really do the policy, you are just kind of a translator, you are a transmission between the scientific community and the policymakers. But of course, it's a very impactful role because you have this very tractable recommendation that in most cases are taken up by the policymakers. It does require to be a kind of journalist, and be able to understand these different topics on which we are working. They are very diverse. They go from cancer to energy transition to food. So every time it's a new learning experience. So you need to be ready to understand. And I'm always struck to say, even though we've been selected because we are supposed to be good scientists, but the depth of ignorance in some of these topics is very deep. And so you need to have this humility to say, well, no, this is a completely new field, and let me make sure I really understand the basic concepts. There's absolutely no doubt that the social science and the humanities are underrepresented in that process. Just to give some numbers, before I joined that group, there was only one social scientist, a sociologist, among 7 chief scientific advisors. When I joined, she was replaced by a historian, therefore for the humanities. And we really asked very much, we say, well, we need more social science, in fact, because most of the policy questions we are asked involve governance or behavioral science, or a mix of both. So we said, so now there are out of 7, there's still the historian plus 1 new social scientist, a behavioral scientist. But that's still only 2 out of 7, even though the demand is very much centered on the social science. And then if I look at the third leg of this process, the policymakers, so we see 2 scenarios. One, which would be the most interesting for us as scientists, is when some commissioner has an idea of a new directive that needs to be developed and would like really to assess the science, the scientific evidence on that topic before starting to design the policy. As I said, the most gratifying for us, but probably the most uncommon. The more common pathways is that some directive is already being written, developed, but they need to legitimize this policy by some scientific evidence. They realize this will be controversial, there will be opposition, so let's have the backing of science to make sure we can better communicate this work. And I understand the value of that for policymakers, but of course, in most cases we realize actually they know quite a lot on this topic already. They've already made the key decisions, and we are just there, kind of the icing on the cake to make it more palatable. In some cases, our advice is completely ignored. In most cases, I have to say, since I've been there for 3 years, it has been taken up. And it's perfectly fine it's ignored. Now, we as an advisor, you have to accept, of course, that there are many other considerations, not just science, but all the other considerations as part of the policymaker. Of course, personally, because we dedicate quite a lot of our time on that, I would prefer to be told why it has been ignored rather than just realize through the newspaper, oh, actually, that was really completely, all that work we've done was for absolutely nothing. It would be more useful for us to understand, okay, what was the rationale for ignoring that? And in most cases, it's based on very good reasons, but in some cases, maybe some interest group came after us, and what we see sometimes, some policymakers, few of them, hopefully, but just would put the scientific evidence at the same level as some report from an interest group. And when we interact with the interest group, they always talk about our scientists say that. But the moment you say our scientists and you are an interest group, this is not science anymore. There's just one science. It's not the science of the interest group and the other science. Let me just conclude by sharing the best, if not the only advice I received when I started this role as scientific advisor. I was told by actually a very young person, I was surprised the level of maturity, but she told me, if you want policymakers to listen to you, to your policy advice, start by listening to them. Very wise advice, and I have to say, since I've been doing that and interacting with the EU commissioners, my respect for policymaking has really increased dramatically. And their job is much, much more difficult than our job as scientists. And as a scientist, if you don't know, if there's uncertainty, you say, well, we don't know, let's do another 5 years of research. But the policymaker has to decide. The crisis is there, the decision has to be made, and they have to decide, and they do decide in a context of great uncertainty. And we say, what? We just told you we don't know, we just told you there's a low probability of this to happen. Well, I have to decide, and they go for it. I think that does require a lot of courage. Of course, we would hope that the same level of courage was being maintained even when you get close to election. As you all know, we're getting very close to election. Then suddenly you see that the willingness not to upset anyone increase, and therefore, the attitudes of policymaking change quite a bit. But I guess that's the value of democracy also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Part of my job is to train scientists at the JRC to how to influence, or can I get my message across at the JRC, and I think many of the points you raised and maybe some of the frustrations also live there, but we also see that indeed there is this willingness to be useful and not only right. So I also take that with me, and I'll share that you share their opinion on that. We have our last speaker representing the role of journalism, the one journalist we have here. So I give the floor to Fabrice Rousselot, Chief Editor of the Conversation France.
Bonjour, good morning. So we've already established I'm the only journalist here, so please be nice. Why am I here, you might ask yourself. I'm going to ask you questions first. Who among you knows the Conversation? Not too bad. Okay, that's pretty good. For the others, and I want to thank Professor Gilbert, actually, because what he said earlier is the baseline of the Conversation. The baseline of the Conversation, when it was founded back in 2011 out of Australia, was to bridge the gap between research, the citizen, and policymakers. So thank you for basically saying that society is another band of the equation. Why was the Conversation launched? It was launched because as journalists, very, very often, we go to experts, we interview experts for an hour or two, and then we quote 3 sentences. And for journalists, it's a frustration. For experts and researchers, it's a frustration. And Andrew Jaspen, who is a British journalist who launched a Conversation out of Australia, decided that you know what, we're going to change the whole thing. We're going to have experts writing and journalists helping them to be accessible, for the content to be accessible. So that was launched, as I said, in 2011. Now there is 11 editions of the Conversations in 5 different languages. We just launched a pilot which is called the Conversation Europe for all the researchers in Europe. And the Conversation today is between 800 million to 1 billion articles read every year. So it's becoming, some kind of a network. And as I said, the only goal here is to share knowledge. Our content is free. There is no publicity, no advertising, nothing. It's accessible. It's published under Creative Commons, meaning that the Conversation website or the content, the articles, are republished by 24,000 media outlets around the world. In France, it's from Le Point to Le Figaro to Nouvel Observateur, whatever. But we are republished by the New York Times, Newsweek, The Guardian, El País, all kind of different media outlets. So what do we do, and why do we think, with humility, that it's important? Well, when we launched the Conversation, actually, in France, which was in 2015, I was approached by Andrew Jaspen. I was coming out of a long career at Libération, the French newspaper, and he presented me with this idea. I'm like, this is something interesting. At the time, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, a lot of people were thinking of a new model of journalism, of making a difference, especially with the context of disinformation and fake news. And when he introduced me to the concept of Conversation, he said, you know what, this is something interesting, have a look at it. So I had a look at it, and I'm like, yep, this is something very interesting in some kind of form of a new journalism where we bring expertise to the front. So we launched a Conversation in France back in 2015, and at the beginning, nobody understood what we were doing. So, we went to universities. Some of them understood, saying, oh, you know what, this is actually interesting because my researchers, they don't want to write for the general public. So you're going to help us. Some others says, oh, we don't need that. We don't. But what I say, all the time is, if the conversation had been launched 30 years ago, it would have been a failure. And one of the issues I think we are facing here is the issue of silos. Everybody is working in silos. The researchers, the universities, the government, and the citizens are in between, and they don't have enough access to quality content. So we launched a conversation in France in 2015. I'm going to give you a little anecdote, because you might think, why would researchers spend their time in publishing and writing for an outlet where they are not paid, by the way? It's free. The answer is very simple. We give them exposure and visibility. The first ever researcher who wrote for the conversation, France, I'm not going to give his name, but was an expert on Palmyra, if you remember, in Syria, all the temples, and they were destroyed by Islamic State. So I called him in the middle of the summer, saying, we're launching this thing, in September. Would you write something for us on Palmyra? And he's like, but what are you doing? Who are you? I don't understand. I say, well, if you can write something that could be accessible for people, then it would be for the benefits of everybody. So he agreed to it. He sent me the piece. There was some work on it, and I'm going to explain the way we work later. And I said, you know what? Your piece is there 3 weeks in advance. We have all the other conversations working in English. I'm going to translate it before we launch the French website. And then we translate it in French. So I translated it in English. We put it, we published it on the Conversation US, Conversation UK, Conversation Australia. The next day, the same researcher calls me. He was crying on the phone. And I'm like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. But I don't understand. You gave me 1.5 million readers in 24 hours. Usually I have 15 in 6 years. And I'm like, that's why we're here. So that's what we do, meaning that on a day-to-day basis, we have teams of journalists. They're all experts in their domain, and we are very generalists. We write about health, we write about education, we write about science, we write about everything. Everything is research-based. All the articles are research-based. We do training for the researchers to write. We try to teach them to write not 40,000 word piece, but more like a 2,000 word piece. We structure the articles with them. We talk to them. We change the headlines. We change sometimes the structure. We find a different angle. The whole point is, at the end, to have this piece of knowledge that could be shared to the public. And in France, but it's the same in Belgium, if you look at who people trust, they trust scientists. They don't trust me at all. Journalists, they were at the bottom of the pile. But they do trust scientists. And I think this is very important, that basically we are publishing those articles, those research-based articles written by scientists, edited by journalists. And as I always said, we're not here to publish articles on a website. People do that every day, and we do that every day. But we are here for impact. A lot of our researchers that publish on the Conversation are actually asked to go to parliamentary commission to testify, because all of a sudden the policymaker read the piece in the Conversation, which shows there is a problem somewhere, because, well, we're here. We're very happy, but as I said earlier, the silo thing, I think it's one of the issues, and it's a big issue, and especially in France, where we've seen it with COVID, with the scientific council that basically was advising government during COVID. There was a lot of incomprehensions, a lot of discussions, a lot of even controversies. It was the experience in the end was very interesting, but did he show some kind of a new way for scientists and government to communicate? No, it didn't. It stopped. It stopped right after COVID. And again, we do think that this whole ecosystem of the citizen, the scientist, the journalist, and the policymakers all together, they can make the situation better, and we can move down the line. We can As I said, some of our scholars are being asked to testify in parliamentary commission. We were asked to lead a commission on French education and to bring the best experts and to have them talk to the Ministry of Education. For a year, we did that. Many different examples. One thing I think we haven't talked about very much is the young generation. And I think it's the way people consume news today is way different from 20 years ago. I'm old enough. I started, as I say, with Libération. I mean, we didn't think about it. When I was at Libération, I was very lucky. I traveled the world for 25 years. I didn't think about anything. I just was writing my pieces and my articles, trying to make them as honest and interesting as possible. But today, it's way different. Today, the way young people access the news, mostly through the phones. I don't have mine, by the way, but it's, and they don't make the difference. They go from one Google thing to another, social networks and all of that. But those young generations, I think, need to be better informed. I'm part of a commission that's called les États Généraux de l'Information in Paris, in France, where a few professionals are thinking about the future of media. And one of the points we are making, we need more scientific training at a younger age. We need more scientific training for journalists. I mean, the deficit of science and scientific training among journalists in France is abyssal. I mean, you talk to people that are involved, in writing about the environment, and most of the time, not most of the time, but sometimes they don't know enough. So what we're providing with the conversation, we're providing that research-based analysis. We don't write about the news, we write about this is the news. What does that mean? What does it mean for you? What does it mean for us? What does it mean for the policymakers? And that, I think, is important. If you look, I was talking about trust earlier, the fact, for example, that French, but not only French, American, Belgian or people from the UK don't trust the news at all. We have surveyed the conversation. For the past, so we've been around for 9 years now in France. We had 3 surveys. 96 to 98% of our readers are very satisfied or very satisfied with the content. So there is a demand there. There's a demand for research-based, evidence-based articles. I do think at some point, when you look at your phone every day, and you see the news, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I mean, maybe 50 pieces of news every day that all look the same. At some point, you need a filter. And I think this is what we're providing. Each of edition of the conversation is publishing something that 10 to 15 pieces a day. So it's a lot of stories. And if we provide that filter, to people like, okay, instead of looking at everything, by the way, I said news today has no value. News has no value because it is one news, and in 1 second it's on Google. So it doesn't really matter. It's not news anymore. But what's behind the news has value. So I think, again, if we make the effort, and we're trying to push for that, and we'll discuss better, because I think there's way, a lot of things need to be done. But if we think in terms of the value of bringing science to the media, to journalism, to the citizens, and the citizens need to be well informed, because if the citizens are not well informed, there's going to be something missing between the researchers and the policymakers. So hopefully, all together, we're going to make it better. And thank you again for this opportunity. As the only journalist, I'm going to report on the session tomorrow and try to do my best. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, thank you. So you were talking about how do we deal with this young generation and how do we keep them informed. And I was thinking, I'm not so young anymore, but I think it's similar for me. And I want to link it with what previously was said about the individualization. So how do we get this nuanced image to people if they can choose themselves completely autonomous where they get the information? And so how do we do that seems to be indeed a difficult process. We are going to have our speakers back here on stage, and we're going to do something that is called a statement debate, or a statement conversation. It's not really a debate. And so I'm going to launch a few statements to them and to you, and both the speakers and you will position themselves. What do they think about that statement? Do I fully agree, 100% unnuanced? Then I go and stand here, close to this chair. If I'm totally not convinced, this is not the case, totally unnuanced, I go over here. And then, as you see, we have a range in between where they can stand. And we'll also give them the chance to maybe elaborate in a few sentences on why they are there. And you will be able to do the same. We have a Mentimeter open. And let me just go one back. Yes. So if you scan that QR code or you go to menti.com and type in that code, you will also get the same questions. And so we can see whether you are aligned with our speakers or not. Please don't go out of bounds just, to annoy them. So really give your honest perspective on it. So I would like to invite our speakers back on stage. That means you stand up and you come here. I know after all these interesting thoughts, our brain is mainly working to process all these reflections, and our body needs to be reactivated a little bit. So the first question, and if everybody got the QR code, or the first statement I have is kind of a test statement. I'm happy with how my role, or how I can take up my role currently in evidence-informed policymaking. If you say, yeah, I'm totally happy, this is where my dream lies, I go over here. If it's the opposite, I go over here, or maybe somewhere in the middle. And you should be able to do the same. Is it working? Yes. Wonderful. Can you show the results on screen as well? Voilà, dear speakers, please position yourself.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
We'll
My God. So you can all go home. The issue has been solved. We're all happy. Let's see what the audience is thinking about it. Well, we don't see anything yet. It might come. Ah, it's over there. Okay. So the audience is a little bit more in the middle, it seems. Yeah. So, yeah. So maybe somebody wants to clarify or give a small input on why you are standing where you are standing. Not fully there, so what should be changed?
For me, I'm very happy about what you're doing, but I think it's not enough. And I think something I forgot to mention, which is fascinating, and since I've been working with the conversation, we do find that there's fascinating research. Nobody knows about it.
Yeah.
So that's an issue. How do we make people know about that research? I mean, we encounter amazing research every day. Nobody knows about it. So that's where we're trying to do our best, but we need more. We need more input from the scientists. We need more input from the universities. We need more input from the policymakers. So I'm just in the middle because I think before I get there, there's some work to be done.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. When I started working for the JRC, I think we met somebody there that said we produce about 10,000 pages of scientific research per month.
Yeah.
Per month. Just the JRC.
The question is who reads them?
Exactly. Yeah. So how do we get this information to a wider audience? Somebody else who wants to comment on that or share reflection?
You are the most positive.
Yeah.
Well, I find this a difficult question. For instance, first of all, it shows that there is value. I happen to be an Aristotelian. Happiness is not my objective. First, one. Second, in my role, I can be relatively happy because I pursue the objective of evidence-based policy making. However, I'm not completely to the positive side because I think it's a bit of an uphill battle still, for reasons within science, which, as I said, is the challenge of true interdisciplinarity, even within the social sciences. I think we are not yet there. But also because indeed the political process in today's society is very much determined by what was said about communication, media, individualization. And so there is a challenge that is difficult to grasp even for either the political actor or the academic actor, which from time to time I switch roles. But
Okay, thank you.
No, I interpreted the question mostly individually. So I thought, I'm now vice rector of research, and I feel privileged to have that responsibility, and it gives me the opportunity to try to develop and to try to do more of what I believe is important. If I had to evaluate, if I feel the entire way we're doing it now and where we stand, I would probably be much more on that side, because I think there's still lots of challenges ahead. And I think there's one very important counterexample that we all have in mind. Climate change. There is wide consensus among scientists. There is huge number of policy briefs. The IPCC report. They made a lot of work to turn to bridge the gap between science and policy, and yet there is still big obstacle for society at large to take the key messages. And that's where I think, and I'd like to reinsist on that third pillar of society, because I've been interacting a lot with policymakers. They're elected. So if something is unpopular within society, somehow our democratic systems make it very difficult to move without having a problem at the next election.
Yeah.
So this is a triangle that we need to address collectively between science, governance, and society, because it's only unless we have the same view about the problems and about the solutions that we can move collectively. And that's, I think, the most challenging things ahead of us.
Can I maybe add something
Of
here?
course.
That because I think Marius introduced something important when he was talking about, again, the role of the political actor, the role of the scientist. And let me say again, I think it's of utmost importance to keep those roles a bit distinguished. The scientist and the political actor both are confronted with uncertainty, but we have to deal with it very differently. The political actor must explain to the public that even when he's very uncertain, he must take a decision. He cannot wait. He must take a decision in uncertainty, and you should explain that to the public and try to make them understand it. We had to do this in COVID. We had to change our mind. I was communicating very often on a daily basis on COVID in this country. I explained to journalists, look, this is not a traditional politics where it's a merit to stick to your opinion. No, it changes because the science is evolving on the spot. You have to explain that. You have to act. You cannot wait. The scientist, on the other hand, I think, should not, if he cannot jump or she cannot jump to conclusions, he or she should not do that. If you should not publish a paper if there is too much uncertainty, you should wait until your evidence is there. And I think that must be explained. The scientist must be able to say to public opinion, I'm so uncertain at this stage that I have nothing to say except uncertainty. He must be able to say that and say nothing. The same with generalization versus specialization. The scientist is bound to be specialized. The politician cannot be specialized. This morning I had to talk on radio on childcare, education, health. As a scientist, you should never do that. You should just resist doing that. As a political actor, you must do it. And I think we have to explain that. And I think also as a political actor, in order to construct democracy, it's legitimate also to appeal to emotion to a certain extent. A scientist should not do that, I think. But we have to explain that. We have to explain that to each other and to public opinion.
Yeah, I hear that indeed a lot, that this communication, how do we bring this message out? Here, obviously, we're preaching to the choir, but there's a lot of people beyond the choir who are not yet on board. And I see that also within my friend group, it's very difficult to live with this uncertainty as a citizen as well. We don't know. Yeah, but I'm expecting you to know. Same for a policymaker. I heard you this morning, by the way, and the journalist was indeed trying to put you as well in this. Yeah, but you made that problem, so why don't you solve it, or why didn't you solve it? This uncertainty, it's very difficult to deal with, and so I think indeed that's a conversation to have. How do we communicate that so that citizens really understand that, but also that policymakers understand that science is not always bringing the answer.
COVID was very useful for that. People, the general public, suddenly understood that it's data in science. Of course, it's data in science. This is what science is based on, and I think that was very useful. What I regret to some extent is that the policymakers didn't follow up, at least in France. All those, again, scientific committees, and they all dissolved, they're all gone, and they not only are they gone, but they are gone with a controversy, like, I don't think they were useful, maybe they were not. So the whole thing now is left with like, okay, what do we do? And nothing has been done so far.
Yeah. Yeah. So a plea also to keep the good things that came out of this terrible period for many of us. Okay, let's see what's next. So next question, and it should appear on the screen in principle. Well, I can already read it. The main challenge of evidence-informed policy making is that it's really hard to understand each other since we speak different languages. Some of you already addressed this. In your reality, is this really a problem? Because I do hear this. Do you sit in meetings where you really feel like, hey, we just don't understand each other? So it can be from your own really personal experience.
So,
can you repeat?
Yeah, I totally agree with this.
That
like,
we don't
this
understand
is
each other?
an actual challenge in my daily life. I sit at meetings where we speak to each other and we're just not getting it.
Oh yeah.
I totally disagree. Like, when I sit with my other counterparts in this ecosystem, it's generally clear. And, well, we'll come to that later. Let's start all the way on my left.
Yeah, what I see in these meetings we attend to is not only there's no agreement on the content of the evidence, but also on what is valid evidence. You know, between a natural scientist and a social scientist, they would disagree. You know, on climate, a natural scientist would conceive that I think there's an echo there. A scenario based on a global scale model is valid evidence. Many social scientists would challenge that because in the way you develop your model, in the way you phrase your scenario, there are already a lot of values being added, and therefore it's already some subjectivity in there. Yeah. So it's deeper than this. It's really what is evidence is already a big source of disagreement in some cases.
Yeah. Thank you. In this role-playing exercise we do with the scientists of the JRC, there's also the big question, what is evidence? And if, I don't know, there's a citizen group, and I don't know who spoke about it, that there was some report from some organization, and is that equally valid? For a scientist, maybe not, but for a policymaker, we see that often that is also perceived as evidence of some sort. Let's move to a bit the middle of this panel. Yolita, why are you where you are?
I'm quite comfortable, and the issue is to what extent you engage. So if you engage your policymakers from the definition of a problem to giving options, and then you lead through impact assessment of a policy, you are co-creating, and then you can develop a common narrative, a common language. Of course, the fact that you have codified this better regulation within the Commission doesn't mean that it's really integrated. And I'm putting myself kind of positive so far for the two questions. Why? It's not necessarily we're a static moment where we are. The question was with COVID, is the direction of travel. I think we wouldn't be in the situation where we are having these conversations, having the level of appreciation of the challenge if we wouldn't have gone through this. And to me, the direction of travel is very positive. The fact that we are talking about the threats to democracy, for me, this is the fact that we recognize the importance of engaging with society. Do we have the answers? No. Do we have the common language? Esperanto didn't go far. So I don't believe we will come up very quickly. What I'm still positive, grounded, direction of travel.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe what is needed from the different actors to better understand each other? It's easy to identify, we speak different languages, but what are some of the steps that need to be taken from the different perspectives?
I would say, it's, as already said, there's some competencies that need to be shared by the scientist and the policymaker and the politician. But I happen also to think that it's a matter of investing time in processes. I think Marius referred to that. So we had this multidisciplinary advisory group during COVID, which was truly multidisciplinary. But often my feeling was we should have had a little bit more time to have my colleagues really read what's being said, to make them understand what's being said, and to really get it sunk in. Even if we might decide something that is slightly different from the advice. So the problem is often, I think, is process, the time in the process, and the time you really get everybody focused on what is in the evidence, what is in the advice.
Yeah, if I may, one thing I was asked many times, retrospectively, would you do things differently, and at what angle? There's one dimension where I thought, we would have saved a huge amount of time, energy, and prevented lots of misunderstanding by organizing a 2 or 3 days crash course to decision makers on the basics of epidemiology. Really in the beginning. That would have saved so much misunderstanding later on. Yeah. Because and that's really goes hand in hand with what you just described. Building, at least having some of the terms defined. That we mean the same thing with the right terms. That people understand what is at stake. So I think that's a really critical thing, and it applies to all issues where there is a strong scientific dimension. I think there was an article sometime of the level of understanding of the physics of climate change after an interview that had been done with policymakers. I think it was in France, and it was very low, and it is a huge issue. So if you don't understand, the basics, how can you make a well-informed policy decision? And I also agree with the notion that you don't need to be a specialist in it, but you need to understand the basics. So we need to invest a little bit more. And of course, this is not something that we can do, in general terms, but depending on the topic, investing time on that is really useful. And that's not easy. Because time, when you have your level of responsibility, is your most valuable. I don't know, how you manage to manage your time. But so having 2 or 3 days of ministers is something big. But I think it would be worth it. Yeah.
And also, I think there's an issue of actually, I was about to say mistrust. Maybe it's a strong word, but what we do find in France when we talk to experts and work with them, they don't trust the policymakers. Some of them don't. They don't want to go there because they think whatever they do is going to be politically exploited. And I think it shows that there's a lack of collaboration between the two. So we need to kind of get that collaboration going because, as I said, the COVID thing didn't bring that trust. And the number of experts we talk to and asking us, for example, I've been asked to go in front of that commission, should I go? And we say, yeah, you should go. You just give your expert opinion. But they are very, very reluctant to go because they don't trust the policymakers. And they don't trust them because they don't know them.
Yeah. I could just to say, again, always, so why we're not doing this? Okay. And that is my challenge to all of us. We have spoken a lot about innovation in business, right? Plenty. Have you seen a lot about innovation in how the government should work? Innovation in public policy? Meaning the methods how we do policy making, we need to think.
Okay, good. Thank you. I have one more for you. There's even a shy applause coming.
Stronger.
It's going up, Yes, exactly. A big discussion we often have with the scientists is linked with the following statement. Policymakers should listen more to scientists rather than to industry or citizens when it comes to policy making. I can tell you we had some pretty tough debates about that. Let's see what your thoughts are on that.
Well,
so agree? Yes, I think
no, agree.
Policymakers.
No.
Here. Yes. I agree. Policymakers should listen more to science than to industry or citizens. And here is obviously the opposite. I don't agree with that. So here we should listen more to industry and citizens. Let's see, maybe we can start over there with the policymaker we have at hand.
It's a bizarre question because it mixes. No, it mixes
intentionally.
No, but it mixes industry and citizens.
Thank you. Yeah.
Which, for me, makes it pretty difficult. But on balance, I want to make the point that we are very much lobbied by different industries. Not personally, because I kind of try to resist that. But even on tobacco, the lobbying goes on. Now it's about e-cigarettes, the lobbying goes on. Alcohol, the lobbying goes on. Noise pollution, the lobbying by everything that's got to do with air traffic, etc., goes on. And against that, you really have to come with science. Science about the impact of alcohol, the impact of noise, the impact of different kinds of pollution. And so that's the reason why I'm standing here. On the other side, obviously, democracy is about the voice of the citizen. And so I engage with citizens. I'm now starting gradually my real campaigning. It's big fun and very important because I discuss from morning to night with just random people. Statistically, you see that it's very relevant. And that's because you want to listen to them. So I'm divided, but I think there still is a real issue of industry influence on politics and policy making that is worrisome.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, along these same lines, I think, of course, policymakers need to talk to all the stakeholders, citizens, industry, NGOs. But what strikes me is that there's an enormous imbalance on which actors have access to policymakers. It's really the large, very powerful industries with a lot of vested interests that has privileged access. We did a scientific opinion on food, for instance, and I discovered this food industry, it's a war machine. They have hundreds of lobbyists in Brussels. I gave something like 50 talks on that opinion. At every talk, there were 2 or 3 representatives from these lobbyists, always sitting at this first row, always asking the same question. They are just very well organized. But also, they are the most conservative one. They are always fighting for change nothing. Everything is fine. Let's keep burn oil and eat, junk food, etc. There's a lot of very innovative industries, but they are small startups. They have no access to the policymakers. They don't have the means to dedicate resource to that. They have no access to lobbying. They have no access to the journalists. So the problem is not the access per se, but it's the imbalance in the access. Okay. I think that's really worrying. Yeah. So if it was equal access to everyone, I think more of it. Yeah. But in the current situation, much less of it, yes.
Okay. And do you have any insights on how can we balance this a bit more? I mean, there's a transparency register on European level. Doesn't seem to be a magic bullet.
No, because, for instance, we know who is lobbying and who is contacting policymakers, but we don't know anything about the content of the discussion. In the US, which is always viewed as much worse, but actually they register, they're obliged to note what's the content of the conversation. So as a scientist, now we can do search for keywords through that database, and now we have this huge database, and we can see, okay, that theme has been lobbied much more than this other theme, because always these keywords have to appear in these databases.
Okay. Somewhere in the back.
No, I think it's the way that the sentence is made is interesting, because obviously citizens shouldn't be with industry, as we said earlier. It should be with scientists if they are informed citizens. And the lobbying that we all know about, and I think that's a big issue in terms of trust and mistrust, because if people know that people are being lobbied, that's a huge issue. But obviously, if there was a way, I mean, I'm just thinking, outside of Europe, for example, or even inside Europe, some governments are made up of scientists. There's a lot of in the French government, I don't think there is one. There might be one, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I think that's one way to do it. And you should bring more informed scientists into governments. You should bring them to parliamentary sessions, which is never the case. Never the case unless it's something very, very special. So there are ways to build that that collaboration that we've been talking about for like 3 hours now. And those ways, I kind of rejoin what you said. I mean, why is that that done? Why I want to, and the answer to that is because some politicians don't want to. I'm afraid that's one part of the answer. And so we need to prove to politicians and whoever side they are on, because it doesn't really matter, that science could be part of the political process, and that's a big one.
If I could just jump in with a... we spoke quite a bit about how to deliver the messages from scientists, policymakers, the needs from two sides, and there is a lot to be done, that we agree. My question is, you refer to citizens, so how do politicians listen to citizens?
A lot.
But how? I give you example of Finland, so just to be... I hope nobody's from Finland, please say no.
You're safe.
When COVID happened, there was one government. Big thing. So economy stopped in Finland. Was there formal consultation with the public? Question mark. Then Finland decided to join NATO. Big deal. Was there formal consultation? Election, everything happened in between the two elections. Now, in European Union, we are moving into these consultations with the panels, Future of Europe and so forth, consulting citizens. And I always draw the parallel. Fair enough, we're doing our best effort, but I always feel like I'm in Eurovision. I'm voting and my vote never wins.
I would like to, let's say, to resist a little bit that kind of image. But first we should define what listening means. Listening can be observing first. And to take the example of COVID, not immediately, but in the process, so we developed a multidisciplinary advice council. In that multidisciplinary group we had psychologists, more than one, and they developed a barometer of how people felt about both COVID and the measures and the trust. And so it was very interesting because you could even trace the impact of press conferences and measures and sometimes the, let's say, the bad impact of the way we announce something. So you could really track that and you could see confidence growing and then diminishing, etc. And so we did really observe in a very scientific and rigorous way. There's been publications of that by those psychologists also. So we did really observe what citizens felt about the policies. And that's one dimension of listening, it's observing. We also do that by the continuous polling, which is ongoing within political parties, just to test how people think. And obviously, we do that within organizations. That's a bit of a traditional approach, but I think we should try to kind of keep it in the air, which is trade unions, sickness funds, political parties, elderly organizations, voluntary organizations. That's very small samples in a sense, and you know they are biased, but they are very important. And can I repeat? So I've been now campaigning for a few days already. I had some spare hours to do real canvassing, which I like. It's fun. I can tell you that the kind of conversations I had, they were on pensions, on taxes, on migration, on electrification of the cars, again on taxes, on pensions. It's after, let's say, 2 days, because people, they want to talk to me. After 2 days, you have a very representative sample that is pretty conforming with what the polls say and what the statistical evidence is. So you should not underestimate the extent to which we are listening. So I kind of resist that image of we are not listening. The other question, obviously, is what do you do with that? That's the other question in a democracy that is so fragmented.
And then just to add another challenges, and who speaks for future generations?
I concur, and that's a difficult one, because the people we meet, also in my canvassing, it's obviously me here now. That's obvious.
Okay, so the rest of the 2 days will be looking forward to the future. How do we deal with this evidence-informed policy-making process? How can we improve it and make sure that it serves democracy and our societies? Because I think that's, in the end, is the ultimate goal. I would ask a small or a medium or a big round of applause for our speakers for standing up so long as well. And then thanks a lot for joining in. Before we go to a break, I would just take maybe 2 minutes to see what Joyce has come up with. And I need indeed to move to here. Can we put it on the big screen? Is that possible? Because I cannot really be in front of the speakers, and my eyes apparently are not so good anymore. I should do something about that. So we first heard Frank van den Broeke. He said we need a full exchange of data. We need to work more interdisciplinary, and we need a well-developed interface with shared knowledge. Then we had the scientists, if I'm not mistaken, indeed create a common scientific culture, and maybe that is something that is missing at the moment. Strong relation to data. Don't forget citizenship in the conversation, and one of the challenges is indeed also the individualization of society, where everybody's reading their own news on their own, and dissident voices have an impact. How do we integrate them in this debate so they don't become rogue voices that take a lot of attention? We had our 2 knowledge brokers. It's challenging to be there at the right time with the right message for policymakers. We can bring these 2 skill sets that are necessary. On one hand, the scientists, but also knowledge and skills in policymaking. And we need to pay attention to this deficit problem. This was followed up by our second knowledge broker, science as a backup for policy making. We already have defined what the policy is. Let's find some science to back it up. Social scientists are underrepresented. We had this example of 1 or 2 in a group of 7. There needs to be more, according to the knowledge broker. And scientists don't only want to be right, they also want to be useful. We then moved to the journalists, the goal of creating impact, breaking the silos, and the conversation wants to help with that by really bringing those actors together and bring that message to the public. Better scientific knowledge of the young generation is needed. And you see on the right as well, we have our 3 questions, and I think Joyce has added in the back, the light blue is your audience opinion. So especially for the last question, you see that there's quite a big range on agreeing or not agreeing. Voilà, that is our opening session to set a bit the scene. What are the challenges that you are facing and that maybe you will discuss for the next day and a half? I think you all deserved a break, and we'll see you back here at 10:30, 11:30, not 10:30, because then we would have to go back in the past. 10:30, see you back here for our second session of the morning. Yeah, because he's for Oi, I shouldn't be in front of the speakers. Welcome back, everybody. Please find your space. As you've seen, that door is closed, so we are missing some people on my right side, apparently. It's for feng shui reasons that we have a bit of a balanced room. So if you want, you can always come down and then find a place over there as the other door is closed. That was my first housekeeping information. The second one, you see up there, there's a hashtag for this event, hashtag Stronger Together. We kindly invite you to use that hashtag when you are posting about the event, so that afterwards we can also collect what has been posted, but also that we create a little bit of a buzz. As we heard here before, we need to get this message out there, we need to get people on board. Sorry for the people that are coming in, but I started already with the technical announcements. Also, there are quite a lot of organizations that have contributed to the realization of these 2 days, and I also want to give them some credit. It's always nice to get credit. I think in our society we often don't give enough credit. So, who do we need to thank for having you here? The Belgian Science Policy Office, together with the Flemish Department for Economie, Science and Innovation, the Walloon Service Public for Economie, Employment and Research, the General Service of Higher Education and Scientific Research of the Federation Wallonie-Bruxelles, and also Innoviris from Brussels. So as you can see, there's quite a lot of organizations that put their shoulders behind or under this event to make this happen. With that being said, we are moving to the second part of our morning, and we're going to take a macroscopic view on the functioning of evidence-informed policymaking. And to do that, we have 2 speakers who will each give a short keynote of about 15 minutes. Apparently, people can concentrate only fully between 10 and 18 minutes. That's why TED Talks are maximum 18 minutes. But we limit it to 15, but that doesn't say that you are bad at concentrating or anything. So our first speaker will speak about behavioral and institutional dimensions in the functioning of the actors in the evidence-informed policymaking, and this 15-minute keynote will be brought to you by Stefan Jacobson. He's a senior advisor at the OECD. Thank you for joining, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I come from the part of the OECD that is dealing with the works of the government. So that's why a lot of my speech will be geared towards this inner perspective of people who have to manage regulations, budgets, centers of government, to sum it up, to make government work. And for these people, they are facing the challenges of contemporary policymaking. That is the so-called wicked issues. We haven't heard so much this morning, but these wicked issues are issues that can never be resolved by politicians. But we know that if government can't keep at solving them, they will come back and kill them. So you have to do something, even though you know that you're doomed to fail. A general context of erosion of trust in public institutions. We'll have a slide on trust in a second. The spread of fake news that is facilitated by the social media. And yet politicians have to address crises, they have to improve public services, and they have to have good evidence to inform the design, implementation, and evaluate public interventions. And I like this slide, which I often present as a general introduction to some of my speeches, so I have to ask those who have seen it already to forgive me, but evidence-informed policymaking is the sort of the meeting of 2 worlds. First, you have the people of science, and many people in the audience are scientists. They are working with evidence. Evidence can be facts, can be statistics. It can range from anywhere from anecdotal observations to huge statistical surveys. And you have the world of politics, because we live in democracies of people arguing with each other, expressing their voice, what they want, etc. And evidence-informed policymaking can be defined as a process whereby multiple sources of information, including statistics, data, and the best available research, are consulted before making a decision. a policy decision in terms of interventions, programs, regulations, and so forth. And deliberately, for years, we have carefully nailed it down as evidence-informed and not evidence-based, because decisions are not based or defined by science and evidence. They are informed by, which means that politicians have to take into account the value of science and to balance it with social and other economic interests to reach whatever is feasible in terms of political decisions. Something that people who've been trained in economics like me call a second or third Pareto optimal decisions. That means the first best is not available. You have to look for the second best or the third best. But often, if you can do a third best that is well informed, then it's not so bad. And as was mentioned in the previous panel, the COVID-19 crisis hit us hard because it just highlighted huge gaps. People suddenly did not know what to do, and this was affected economic and social life. And this has given, I guess, the topics and people like me a huge boost and increased attention from both policymakers and the audience. The important challenge that governments have to face is the erosion of trust. For the moment, I'm only able to use the trust survey results that the OECD published a year and a half ago. The new results will be published at the end of June. And in fact, in that survey, the survey that was published in 2022, we saw that half of the people think the government should prioritize climate change, but only 1/3 are confident that they will succeed. And unfortunately, in that survey from 2022, we did not have a specific question on evidence, but I can already tell you that we do have a question on evidence in the current survey. So look for the results, because we'll have some interesting things to share with you at the end of June. I was also invited for this conference to think about how can we build a systemic perspective and what are the sort of the three main takeaways that we can give. And I think, at the risk of being a little bit boring, I will say that you have to invest in relevant, impactful supply. And academic supply and scientific supply is only one part of the supply that feeds into the machinery of the government. For me, I have also been working with governments. You also have all the analytical departments, the units within government that do have to process, analyze, and prepare information for ministers. The second point I wanted to make is that governance matters. You have to invest in organizations. That is tools, processes, capacities, and people. And I think you may have heard Minister Van den Broek mention quite a lot the need for processes. It may seem a bit technical, but it is also essential to the working of governments. And you also have to tackle systemic issues to strengthen trust. As it happens with our GRC colleagues, and Jolita was here in the first panel, we're working together on a 7-country major TSI project where we have had to implement these things in practice. And as good analysts, we have had to somehow create a mapping as to how we could tackle this analytically. So we are looking at the supply. You have to look at the supply of science and evidence. You have to look at the capacity for demand, the political demand. You have to look at key processes where supply and demand meet. For example, better regulation is an example. And you have to conduct the analysis at the individual level, at the organizational level, the inter-organizational level, and the systems level. And we have now conducted this kind of analysis for the same countries with this shared framework, and I was happy to share some preliminary results with a Belgian audience last week here in Brussels. What do you do with that? In terms of concrete examples for policy action, you have to invest in risk analytics, foresight, to guide investments in preparedness. I just saw that some Belgian delegations is coming to see us in June at the OECD. They wrote to us early this morning. How can we improve crisis preparedness for the next phase? Because that's something that people look for. You also have to engage citizens and mobilize deliberative processes. And of course, ministers may say, we know how to listen to citizens, and you heard Minister Van den Broek this morning, but there is also a whole technique and a whole set of crowd who are interested in the so-called deliberative processes. There are teams at the OECD working in open government and also at the GRC in Yolita's directorate on citizen engagement. There is a whole sort of science as to how you can engage with citizens, how to listen to their views, particularly some of the views that do not necessarily come open to the table, such as the youth, who are often less engaged in the traditional public engagement processes. You also have to invest in what I think is less visible, but nonetheless essential, which is the administrative to the political interface. That is a very senior civil servants that have to gain the trust of ministers, and the fact that ministers have to trust some of these civil servants. Because the case of Mr. Van den Broek is relatively rare, as was mentioned by Fabrice Rousselot. There are other governments where you don't have any scientists. So ministers are not necessarily people who have worked in the academia or people who would know how to read easily and access scientific evidence. And you also have to equip governments with analytical skills and structures. I was also struck by the elements on lobbying, because it's something that is very important in our work on democracy and also on evidence. You do have to address conflicts of interest. So how do you go from there? You have to, of course, first, if you look at my diagram, supply, demand, and the two meets, where the areas where the two meet, you have to invest in supply and organizations. That means in competencies and capacities. And with the GRC, we have now developed a whole series of trainings on building capacity for policymakers, and my colleague Anastasia will also be having a sessions on that this afternoon. You have to strengthen capacity in the civil service and the science for policy area. You also have to strengthen tools, processes, and options for public engagement, capacity to identify and frame the issues, such as mobilizing foresight. You have to strengthen capacity for policy coherence, manage the risk of captures, and also, I think, for many governments, invest in cognitive approaches. That means you have to understand behaviors, make the most of behavioral insights, and also, which is a new challenge, identify areas of policy fragmentation, mis and disinformation, which is something that, unfortunately, is also thrown at our Western democracies as a result of geopolitical tensions, particularly in Europe. Here we are. You can see that, in a sense, some summary from some OECD work on the relevant skills for demanding evidence. You need skills for understanding, obtaining, interrogating evidence, evaluating, engaging with stakeholders. And in fact, these sorts of soft skills do not necessarily exist in the civil service as such, unless you nurture them, unless you invest in them. And I often like to give examples, and examples that are not necessarily familiar in Europe, such as building capacity, so the seeking, engaging, and evaluating research, SEER, in Australia, which is presented in some of our reports. You also have to invest at the organizational level. That means this is not just about individual skills, but you have to change organizations. You have to improve organization tools, resources, and processes. For example, through our European project, we have engaged closely with BELSPO and having close dialogue with them on how they would shape their new funding tool for research to make it even more impactful and more relevant. You have to improve the knowledge and data infrastructure, and this is not so obvious. And you also have to establish strategic positions and units to champion evidence-informed research. In that respect, from my OECD perspective, I can just say that science advisors are very important and very useful, but you should not limit yourself to just science advisors. This is not all countries have necessarily science advisors. You need to also have chief economists, chief statisticians, chief medical officers. That means positions within government that can personify the notion of expertise and the capacity of communicating expertise to the highest level of government. Investing in supply also means investing in a number of technical issues which are not so obvious. I was very pleased to hear Minister Van den Broek again mentioning the importance of access to data. But when you go, this is very uneven across countries. When you go in Belgium, there are significant issues. I hope my Belgian friends will forgive me in accessing data in Belgium. Access to administrative data is not necessarily so easy. It is relatively easy in Denmark, the country from which you come. David, it's relatively easy in the Netherlands, in France, and other European countries find it much more difficult. There are areas where we have made much progress, open data, open science, and other technical areas such as knowledge management, which are very difficult. In many countries in Europe, it's very difficult even for the country to know what kind of research, what kind of analytical work is available that is relevant to policy making in that country. And you also have to train people in the discipline of systematic reviews, which, aside from a set of specialized personnel, is not sufficiently known and practiced within government as a sort of methodological way to gain relevant insights. Another 2 slides. You also need a systemic approach to strengthen trust in evidence, and these are principles for the good governance of evidence and standards that we developed looking at a range of knowledge of 50 knowledge brokers across Europe, North America, and Australia. And we saw that for evidence to be trusted, it needs to be solid in terms of the quality of content, that is, having effectiveness, efficacy, capacity to take into account implementation, having a theory of change, but it also needs to have some good governance principles in terms of ensuring integrity. You have to have declarations of conflict of interest for people who work within knowledge brokers, even at the level of people who do individual reviews. They have to have such declarations, which are, for example, available in KC here in Belgium, which is the health technology assessment. You have to have the capacity of peer review, contestability, accountability, transparency in the use of evidence. This is the only way where you can counter the powerful force of lobbying. And over my 25 years at the OECD, I have seen a lot in terms of the capacity of lobbying, in terms of the capacity of major policy interests such as tobacco, and they've been approached so many times in so many smart ways, I can't even tell you. So, to conclude, you need to have a joint effort to strengthen the supply and governance. You have to tune and reinforce the various parts of the system. It's not just, we'll do that and it's a quick fix. Evidence-informed policymaking needs a systemic perspective where you have to work on the supply, on the funding of research, on the training for scientists, on the academic cultures in universities to engage. You have to build mechanisms to limit idiosyncrasies, sort of voices within government that can speak the voice of reason and can help policymakers to achieve their political goals while sometimes creating less policy damage than could have been otherwise the case. So you need to build tools, processes, and institutions to ensure the robustness, the validity, and the capacity for change. And you also have to leverage opportunities. In a sense, as mentioned, COVID-19 was a wonderful opportunity for our profession because it somehow highlighted the gaps, it created a clear demand, but you can leverage other opportunities. For example, the word resilience after COVID has been a much needed word in the policy discourse, which you can also mobilize. I think the next artificial intelligence is also a very important element. We'll be organizing with the GRC a mutual learning sort of conference on the use of artificial intelligence for policymaking here in September, and that's also very important. And you also need to join forces. Since I work at the OECD, I can just say to you that by sharing resources, facilitating peer reviews, sharing best practices, both at the European and international level, we can make sure that we are less alone in this journey and we can go together and achieve more together than would have been otherwise the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your insights. So 3 things, if I remember well, that we need to do is to make sure that we have impactful and relevant supply. We also need to work on strengthening the organizations, really work on development of the soft skills that are needed to interact in the system. And then lastly, also tackle systemic issues that are problematic for trust. That's a topic that we heard already over and over and over this morning. As you know, conferences are about learning things from very interesting speakers, but it's also about learning and interacting with each other. So I would like to invite you to turn to a neighbor, maybe somebody you don't know yet, and just discuss for a few minutes about 2 questions. First question, what do you take from this keynote speech? What's interesting and relevant for you? And secondly, what questions do you maybe still have after the contribution of Stefan? So take a few minutes, chat with a neighbor, and then we'll have our second keynote. Okay, thank you. Now it's difficult to stop you, of course. Yes, thanks a lot. Good. Raise your hand if you had an interesting conversation. Yes. And then look at your neighbor. Were they raising their hand or not? Yes, exactly. we have a second keynote for you in this part, and it will be given by David Butts-Peterson, and he will speak about the evidence-informed policymaking ecosystem as a whole and the framework for assessing its functioning. He is a professor of science communication and impact studies at the Department of Communication and Psychology at the Aalborg University.
Thank you, Sven. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Let's see if this works. It does. I have been given the task to give you a little bit of an insight on how to map and strengthen these ecosystems that we speak a lot about for the time being of science to policy or evidence-informed policymaking. I will not say much about myself. I used to work both in the Danish government. I'm currently also an advisor to the European Commission. So some of the work that I will be presenting this morning is partly funded by and also guided by the Joint Research Center. So I owe a tribute to colleagues within those projects. But in my everyday life, I'm a professor of science communication at Aalborg University. I'm also a long-term, you can say, advocate for integrating the social sciences and humanities more into science advice, into evidence-informed policymaking, but also into societal impact more generally. And looking a little bit back on the last, let's say, 10 or 15 years of science advice, obviously a lot have already happened. You have a lot of frameworks published. You have a lot of people, strong individuals, especially, as we also heard from Stefan, the scientific advisors who have not only made advice to governments, but have also partly contributed in forming this field of ours, which we could call the science of science advice. But I would also say to you today, knowing that you are also representing the social science, humanities and arts, and with that also congratulating, as a matter of fact, the organizers of this conference for really including SSH in this conversation, that even though we do have a quite diverse picture of scientific advice and advice mechanisms, it's still somewhat limited. More can really be done here to diversify what it really means to provide scientific advice to policymakers. For too many years, we have been occupied and even captured by, as you will all know, silos. So those are disciplinary silos, but they are also policy silos in which each policy area domain would have had their own scientific advice system, mechanism, functions, roles, institutions. And what we see today is that some of the problems you already heard about this morning, they're transgressive. They don't respect these silos. They don't respect these boundaries, including the boundary between technical, natural scientific advice, say in climate change or vaccine development, and social scientific and humanities advice, say in vaccine uptake, in health communication, in building trust, in regulating AI. So you're looking into a little bit more complex, let's say, ecosystem or landscape than we were used to doing. And I think our community owns up to the fact that we need to also change our understanding and evaluation tools. Just got back from the INGSA conference, so if I look a little bit tired, it's because I just came back from Kigali. We had a meeting last week on global scientific advice to governments. This is another dimensions of diversity. Scientific advice is not only about quite well-functioning institutions like our own in Denmark or in Brussels or at the OECD in Paris. It's also very much high on the agenda for governments in the global south. A lot have to be done to strengthen the role of science in public policy making, also strengthening the role of citizens and public deliberation. Really, in some countries, as of today, scientific advice can mean a difference in terms of lives, livelihoods, equity, and even, prosperous life perspectives. So we had a quite nice conference, but again, I would say, coming back from that one, we are still a little bit too focused, perhaps, on ecosystems rather than eco-systems. And I'm getting increasingly frustrated with the idea that if only we have a scientific advisor, chief science advisor on top of the knowledge pyramid, then all the nice advice will start trickling down and find its way into society. We have learned from Thomas Piketty and other economists that trickle-down economics doesn't work, and trickle-down scientific impact also does not work. So we need to do more to create and foster and nurture more an ecosystem of interaction connecting parts and components. So as you have already heard, but now I'm going to stress it one more time, single mechanism scientific advisory systems are actually not that well suited for addressing complex policy issues. Pandemics, as you just heard about from Stefan, artificial intelligence, climate adaptation, but also security, do not belong or sit within one agency, one role, or one function. So in this sense, traditional science advice could seem to be a little bit too atomized by silos, even disciplines and also policy domains, and lack integration. So together with the JRC, we have sort of formed this new agenda for addressing complex policy issues across a number of different institutions and promoting concerted and coordinated action rather than only system thinking and siloed action. The JRC, and here I do want to pay tribute to all the work that Christian and Lorenzo and other team members have done throughout the last couple of years, have done a tremendous job in mapping the different ecosystems of Europe, creating country studies, country reports, but also synthesizing a lot of this data into, as a matter of fact, quite coherent frameworks, both for strengthening the ecosystem and also the work I have been doing for the Commission in evaluating much of what is already happening. More than 14 country workshops, a big survey, a whole community of knowledge to policy facilitators, knowledge brokers. So a lot have already been done, and I would encourage you to join that community because there is a lot to be learned from each other across Europe. So one of the findings obviously was that a lot is already happening, but that also most of what is happening is not that well coordinated and connected. It seems that we lack perhaps a little bit of an oversight, or that there is a lack of some type of mechanism through which we could see, do we have a healthy ecosystem? Is the ecosystem actually talking to each other? Do we have sufficient levels of diversity? Do we have sufficient levels of transparency? Do we actually remember to include behavioral science advice when we need it? So we can see that a lot of things are happening, but that also everybody is just crossing their fingers and hope that somebody else will sort of facilitate the integration or the coordination, which we know from the pandemic this is not the case. We can get better at this, and when a big crisis, a multi-dimensional crisis is hitting the ecosystem, you will then start seeing people starting to organize and find new ways to connect and interact. But are we building enough preparedness and readiness for such multidimensional crises for the future? This is one of the questions we have been asking ourselves. I was then tasked with publishing or developing, as a matter of fact, together with a group of experts, some of you are in the room today, a new evaluation framework for how can we then do a health check? How can we see if there is enough interactivity, if there is enough connectivity across all these different institutions? And these are some of the institutions that you need to include, and it very much cuts to the core of what Stefan just said. It's an ecosystem that cuts across the supply and demand side of science advice. It's an ecosystem that, yes, it may in some countries have chief scientific advisors, but at the same time there is a lot of advisory bodies, government council, academies, working groups, knowledge brokers, even think tanks, NGOs, citizen groups that are also providing input for science advice. And they are not only captured either by a literature in our academic fields, but also not captured by the role of a chief science advisor. So underneath the surface, you have a lot of activities and interactions taking place that we need to include if we also want to build resilience and have a more open, diverse and resilient ecosystem for scientific advice in the future. And obviously here also is a lot of fluidity. Science advice is not only about demand, finding and supply, and finding middle ground. It's also about a lot of intermediaries. So even though we have for a number of years worked on the so-called science policy interface model, I still think we can say today at a conference like this that we are still caught somewhat in a linear model in which there is a supply and a demand, and it's this market-based metaphor in which somebody is calling for science and somebody is answering a need. But when we start looking at this from an empirical point of view, you will see a lot of cross-cutting activities is a lot of people influencing each other early on, already highlighting certain questions or pre-qualifying what kind of advice is needed. Even within government, you have internal science services. They are not only recipients, and for sure not passive recipients of knowledge. They are also co-creators of those calls for evidence, but also, of course, for adaptation and co-option of that evidence in practice. Let me give you just a little bit of one concrete example. I guess my own way into the JRC assignment was by being appointed by the Danish government to do one of these JRC country studies. So a couple of years back, we did a study across the Danish ecosystem for science-informed or evidence-informed policymaking with the Danish government as part of an effort to try to assess, are we doing it well enough? Are we rightly so placed to handle future emerging crises? Do we actually talk to each other across research institutes, government commissions, councils, expert committees and academies? And what we saw there, that's just one small finding, is that yes, we have pretty well established structures for what has been labeled technical science advice. So that's in climate, that's in environment, that's somewhat in chemicals and food. But we saw actually, again, a whole ecosystem evolving underneath technical science advice. Fiscal science advice, the chief economist, as Stefan mentioned, is something we have plenty of in Denmark. On almost all scientific advisory councils, you find an economist presented. So economic councils, internal economic units, but also legal science advice, something we don't speak often about. We have more than 20 plus legal science councils in Denmark inhabited by legal scholars providing guidance to the government, for example, in terms of legal underpinnings to healthcare, legal underpinnings to digital transition. And we have cultural science advice, believe it or not. We even found that in our study. National security, that's something we also don't talk too much about, what Roger Pilke called perhaps shadow science advice. Those are all the anthropologists and sociologists going to the police and to the intelligence community, talking about conflict, about culture, about integration and disintegration, about information and misinformation. So a lot is actually happening there in terms of SSH integration in science advisory functions. We also have found ethical science advice. We have a lot of ethical councils around Europe, even data ethical councils. We have health ethics councils in Europe, in this case in Denmark. So we immediately after starting this little mapping exercise saw that you actually find a much more diverse, ecosystem or network of different science advisors, most of which had never been asked formally to be part of any evaluation or any framework, have not even talked to each other across these silos. Of course, most would be aware of what was happening in other ministries or in other scientific departments, but no peer learning, no oversight, no annual conference. A lot of different competencies. Had I had more than 15 minutes, we could have delved into detail here. Obviously, much of this is publicly available. We mapped all the different competences. Another point of Stefan's that you do need to build competences, but in order to do that, also find out what are the pre-existing competences within your ecosystem. One thing that we also conducted. Forget about this fancy slide. A couple of findings on the shortcomings, and from there on off until into my conclusions. So we found that ecosystem-wide competences to procure advice and also to provide advice are somewhat incomplete and fragmented. So that means that the ability of, especially, let's call it again, to stay in old-fashioned rhetorics, again, the demand side does not always really know how to procure, how to ask for advice, especially not multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary advice. The idea is still very much to go for the same couple of people that have been asked many times before to provide input. And So the real sort of competence to procure diverse advice seems to be lacking, and also to provide it. So this is on the supply side, very much again going back to what Stefan said. There are really, really excellent science advisors and members of all these advisory bodies, but it's not really part of any university education. There is not really any sort of tailor-made capacity building course for knowledge brokers. We found that there is somewhat a need for more capacity building. There is also no central coordination system. I think I mentioned that a couple of times. An ecosystem is not unicentric, it's multicentric, so perhaps it doesn't need any central coordination, but still it would be great to have somebody nurturing all these different dialogues across. We also saw here, and this is something I want to put out here as a way of also concluding, we saw a real lack of interdisciplinarity and diversity. I think I mentioned that a couple of times now, both as it were diversity in terms of demographics, but also diversity in terms of epistemology and disciplinary backgrounds. There are biases within these ecosystems. Of course, learning from the pandemic, in Denmark, we were quite early adopters of behavioral science advice and included behavioral and cognitive scientists in the government response councils. But in the so-called, what we could call perhaps the everyday coordination of scientific advice, there still seem to be somewhat silos and fragmentation existing. So more work definitely needs to be done here. How to assess all this, how to make the great sort of health check, what is a well-working scientific advisory ecosystem, what is a less well-working scientific advisory system. These are not easy questions to answer. The Commission have produced a couple of discussion papers, and I produced the evaluation framework, which you have up here. And we suggest sort of a soft approach to evaluation or assessment. You need to go and look at your local system, whether it is between at the local level, it could even be at the municipality level, at the national or also at the international level with the work we are doing now for the UN. Do you have the right relations? Do you have the right healthy interactions? Are people actually talking to each other? Is there connections in the ecosystem? This can actually be assessed. You can ask people. They can do surveys. You can do interviews. You can do self-assessment reports. It's all in the framework. We also have to understand that in order to get somehow a better understanding if the ecosystem is ready to act next time there is a multidimensional crisis, then we perhaps need to leave behind a little bit system thinking. I'm a big fan of Max Weber, but in the end of the day, things are not so systematic and systematized as a sort of classical Weberian division of labor would have it. A lot of things are going in between institutions, so we have to look at how knowledge is co-produced, how it is circulated across all these agencies, both at the supply and at the demand side, and also how it is co-opted, that is used and implemented at different levels and with very much with different intensities, some listening more and some listening definitely less to what is coming from the scientific advisory ecosystems. And then finally, this came through the dialogue with all the peer reviewers of the evaluation framework, what Christian and Lorenzo very elegantly called my critical friends. I had a group of 6 experts joining the framework, the development of the framework. And what we discussed was this very pertinent issue that you cannot really develop any evaluation if you don't have a normative standard. So in order to sort of evaluate whether or not your ecosystem is doing well, you need to find some principles that can help you inform that evaluation. So for example, one such principle could be whether or not do you have access to independent science advice? Is there transparency? Is there a clear division of responsibility? What is the responsibility of the scientist? What is the responsibility of the government agency? And you can go and look for these things, ask people if that is clear to them. But also moving further ahead, diversity. Do we have access to a diverse set of voices, perspectives, cognitive styles in the ecosystem? This is also a standard for evaluation. So I would be very hesitant to do any sort of evaluation without these normative, or even you could call them ethical principles. So the whole discussion about the ethics of science advice also very much belong to the discussion of a healthy scientific advisory system. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, David. I will not repeat what you have said, obviously, or at least not your end slides, but what stuck with me was this change from ego to ecosystem. That was something that I really liked. We're not at the start, but we're also not there where we need to be. That's also something that I took from you. The silos and the problem with interdisciplinary work is something that seems to be coming back over and over and over again this morning. And of course, the fact that social science, art and humanities are there, but maybe not to the level where they should be. That's some of the things I take from you. Good. We are going to give you the opportunity to have some questions to our two speakers, but we're going to let you discuss that first amongst yourselves. So find a different neighbor, can also be in front of you or behind you. What do you take from David? Maybe what questions do you have from him? And then we'll have another Mentimeter where you can put both the questions for David and for Stefan. And about questions. Questions are not statements. So ideally, you start your question with a question word. Second tip, why usually is a very difficult question to answer. So I motivate you to write or start your question with what or how. That usually helps a lot. And then write your name underneath so I can catch you later to ask your question to our two speakers. So a few minutes, just the same as before, discuss what are you taking and what are some of the questions you might have, and then add both questions for Stefan and for David on the Mentimeter. Okay, thank you very much. So, raise your hand if you didn't have an interesting conversation. Everybody's still paying attention. Good. Okay, so there are no questions here yet, but I'm hoping that they will arrive at a certain moment for our audience. And I can invite Stefan and David on stage. And you will be able to ask your own question. I have this wonderful thing which is called a throw microphone. It's mousse, so it's very soft. You will not hurt yourself. And we'll just, I'll ask who asked the question and we throw it to the room. For now, it seems you made a very, very clear statement because nothing is coming yet. But I see some people typing. So maybe we see something appear. Do you have a question for each other, maybe, in the meantime? Let's see. Could be. Too late, sorry.
Saved by the bells.
It was too quick. Is the private sector not an important player in the ecosystem? And where does that question come from? Maybe you can elaborate very quickly. So I'll throw it here and then you throw it back. Colleagues, up, you take it and then throw it a bit to the back. Voila. Just shortly elaborate on your question.
Yes, thank you. And as you can see, I wanted to be the first, so I did some typos there. No, the question is, in Europe we have technology platforms, organized communities of scientists mixed with private sector, and we see that they also very much influence the policy-making process. So I was missing a little bit where actually private sector is in that ecosystem. So it's actually a question to both, but sure. Was triggered by David, actually.
David?
Yeah. So thank you for that question. I think it is, of course, highly relevant, also given the fact that in the Barcelona sort of targets and the Lisbon Treaty, we have settled on the ambition that we want in Europe to invest 1% of GDP in government-funded research and 2% of GDP in privately funded R&D. So alone for that reason, of course, also the science coming from the industry is important to include, but that has to be done in a very delicate way because as we all know and has also been mentioned already a couple of times this morning, industry have vested interests. And then perhaps colleagues in the room will say, well, doesn't researchers, publicly hired researchers have vested interest? They're interested in their publications. They're interested in their next funding stream. Yes, that's true, but we have very, very sort of rigorously built in systems to avoid too strong biases, so to speak. And we need to use those same systems if we want to consult with industry. So this is where principles of, for example, transparency becomes very important. That it is sometimes very hard to have a discussion about legislation, for example, whether it is about data or privacy or chemicals and food, without having a dialogue with the private industry. But you need to find very precise ways of infusing that, those insight and that knowledge, and make sure that it is their science advice they're coming with, and not just their financial interests. So I would say yes, but perhaps you can argue against that. Private industry belongs to the ecosystem, but they are not and cannot be a central player in the ecosystem.
Thank you, David. So there's a question for Stefan. Raise your hand if you've written that, or when you're shy. Voilà, there, it's just behind you. You can get the microphone, and then you can ask your question.
Hi, I was just interested if Stefan could say a bit more about how academics can share their research with OECD. We heard this morning about SAM and SPW, but it would be good to understand from the OECD perspective what pathways exist.
Thank you. Is the microphone working?
It is.
Thank you very much for the question. I was thinking about the question. In fact, there is no obvious mechanisms. OECD is an intergovernmental organization, so we engage with governments. But of course, OECD experts are working at the interface between academia and government. So when we write the papers, we usually look for the published literature. When we engage with the country, we usually try to identify a set of relevant academics. So I can say that there is usually no systematic mechanism, and yet there is normally a very high porosity. That means when we, for example, when we do the TSI works supported by the European Commission, when we go on mission, we try to see a number of significant academics. I've met, for the countries we worked with, at least 10 to 15 academics in each of the countries. It's not everyone, but a relevant sample where we can engage engage and know about their research. And of course, also it depends on the relevance of the published papers. So it's not like an open platform, it's not like an open call, it's more structured demand. And it is also true that it is a responsibility of the individual analysts who have responsibility of specific OECD projects to engage with relevant contacts in the academic community. I've done that for many years, and the OECD is a strange organization because we also sometimes get funded by science organizations and are engaging with the academia. So it's a big part of the work, but there is no, I'm afraid I have to say, no systematic or no explicit systematic mechanism.
Okay. David, you also wanted to contribute?
I just wanted to help Stefan a little bit here because I came back 2 weeks ago from the high-level multi-stakeholder dialogue in Paris, in which we had more than 30 science ministers there. But you also saw a whole room of scientists and of advisors and researchers, and I was very impressed to see that the OECD actually do have like a structured platform to invite externals' opinions and insights into your processes.
In the various areas of the OECD, we have what we call these global fora. That was a global forum for science. In the area of governance, we have a global forum for reinforcing democracy. We had one 2 years ago in Luxembourg. We are preparing the next global forum to be held in Italy in October. And when we have a global forum, as was mentioned by David, these are multi-stakeholder platforms. We usually invite ministers, we invite NGOs and civil society organizations, as well as academic experts.
Okay, thank you. One thing we also always tell the scientists we are giving training to, it's to make sure that you know who's looking for your potential information. And we see that very often this mapping of the ecosystem of the science also lacks with the scientist. If you don't know who might pick up your research, it's difficult for them to find you. We have one last question. Who has put it there? Raise your hand. It's there all in the back, so if you can throw microphone over there. Yes.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Sigita, and we have done some of work together with Stefan on strengthening the evidence-informed policy-making system in Lithuania. We produced a number of good recommendations, and I agree with most of what Stefan said and also what the other speaker said. But the question is simple, of how to make those recommendations actually come true and happen, because we are good at stating and identifying the problems that we need to cross the silos, to be more multidisciplinary, to be more co-creative, and etc. But how to really make this happen? Thank you. Yeah. It's to both.
It's a very broad question, so I would like to invite you to maybe highlight one or two things that can be done, very practical maybe. Yeah.
I think inevitably when we give recommendations, we give short-term, medium-term and long-term recommendations. We had a wide set of recommendations for Lithuania, and as you know, your Prime Minister was behind in presenting them in Parliament. I can say now, if I look back 3 years ago, some things have definitely changed in Lithuania in terms of data governance and data access, for example. There has been significant progress in terms of reforms in the civil service, and we have to be realistic that not everything can be done in one go, and the next will just make sure that the next report done with the TSI, with the GRC, comes back to some of these recommendations. We're working closely with the experts. It's somehow an unfinished business, you know. These are democracies, so we can offer recommendations. We'll be developing recommendations for Belgium later this year, and given the very, I would say, peculiar nature of the Belgian concerted governance system, we have to see how this can be implemented. But I would say if at least we have had some impact, 20% are implemented, 20% have helped to create change. That's already some nature of success. And in fact, our OECD, we are also rated on our capacity to promote change. So our delegations internally, there is a whole machinery where we are being asked to show proof of our impact. So that's something that we'll be working with you to get some further evidence.
Okay, thank you. David?
Yeah, so I can echo that and say that some of these recommendations work and some of them work perhaps less well As you can see in terms of my own recommendations about increasing diversity of scientific advice, I don't know how successful we are. We are 3 dudes up here right now, for example, so I don't want to throw the organizers under the bus, but definitely more can be done in terms of the impact of some of these recommendations. At the same time, echoing what Stefan said, a lot is actually either underway or have already been done. We have had some quite remarkable conclusions from the Spanish presidency last year, emphasizing the role of science in public policy making. We have had the publication of the staff working document by Alessandro and other colleagues in the room. What we see, for example, in Finland with Jaakko and his team is also piloting a lot of these ideas on the ground. You see a Spanish government both having now set up a scientific advisory mechanism to the parliament, also to the government. In a couple of weeks, I'm visiting Luxembourg, who also just recently set up a whole new scientific advisory system to Parliament, and so on and so forth. This is really an agenda that is moving forward, and I would also warn ourselves as a community to sort of always start reinventing the wheel and going back to Adam and Eve and saying, you know, what needs to be done. A lot of things are already being done, and good colleagues are working across the ecosystem to make it happen.
Thank you. All right, I see we have 26 more questions, so I suggest we skip lunch and we just continue. No?
No.
Okay. Yeah, clear no here on stage. So they are also staying here, if I'm not mistaken. So if you have any direct questions, not all together, please, you might be able to find them. And probably, or for sure, you are present at other events and people are able to contact you. Because there seem to be still quite a lot of questions towards you. Let's take a look at what Joyce has captured from the conversation. For Stefan, evidence, it's a fragmented landscape with evidence and policy making. Invest in relevant and impactful supply. Also tackle systematic issues to strengthen trust, and governance matter, invest in organizations. That's his 3 main takeaways for you. And for David, I will go here, it's better. Technical science and social science, there's maybe an imbalance there. I like, Joyce, how you did the from eco to ego, or from ego to eco, actually. It's the other way around, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so we need to change that. How to be ready for a complex crisis. The findings is that the ecosystem is incomplete and fragmented at the moment. There's no central coordination, and there's a lack of interdisciplinary work and diversity. And start with foundational principles for science to policy. What I also took from you is, once you start mapping, there's lots of things you find that you maybe didn't expect to be there underneath. So that's also interesting, just a motivator to map it. For now, I have 2 times good news and 1 time bad news. Which one you want first? Both, okay, good news, good news, good news. So the good news is, you will not see me too much anymore today. The bad news is you will not see me anymore today, because we are having lunch, and after the lunch you are going directly to the breakout groups. You have on your badge some colors that indicate where you need to go, and there's also a way of guiding you to the right place. Make sure you are on time. We have break till 1:30. And you will go directly to the group. So don't come back here unless you need to be here. Be on time, because they are short, and we want to give you as much possibility as possible to exchange and bring your ideas. Stick with your topic that you registered for. We've kind of calculated a little bit how many people can go in which room. If everybody starts going to one, we run into problems, and also that will make that we cannot really have this interaction that we want. There's 2 breakout rounds, so there's 15 minutes break in between, which you will need to get to the other breakout group. So grab a coffee and then move to your next group. And that's it. I will see you tomorrow morning. We start in the same place at the same time, and we would like to start on time so we can get everything done. Have a nice lunch and enjoy the breakout groups. And thank you to our speakers. Thanks a lot, Stefan. Well done. Thanks a lot. Test.
think about it. Anyway, so I don't know. So I don't know what basically the council has said the second part is more there's something else that trying to support it. So for example, you can only see something. Oh, really? If you scan with your phone, you can actually see the details. So you can play with your phone while listening to what we presented. Our conclusion would be about so this is only our condition in core. But the conclusion is that it comes from the that's the important part where instead of people think that it's so in during the presentation after this will be also to then present to them present tomorrow.
Well, I read it so I just also but then I would have to mind my writing because that is quite yeah, although for me it's mostly like drawing out. I've got found some nice handwriting types of things that I love, and that's actually better for me because sometimes it's out
you take it during the meeting, it will work. I control it.
So do you want to do one on natural processing so like this?
For me, it's the same, man.
Exactly, because you already told me that they were not ready for market research and not ready for but
I have the equipment. If you prefer, but I have to put a French there. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Only the hand transmitter and the microphone. Otherwise, I have to place the transmitter somewhere. In your pocket. Do you prefer? I can do it.
Go for it. The pocket is again.
Go. Somebody want to use it? Yes, you're mute, but if you speak, you will be unmute.
Oh, it's not a questionnaire, it's just two flip charts. Okay. With post-its. Okay, outside. At next, just when you go on. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, good look at the session, then you have a lot of people. Yeah, sounds like it. More than 60 someone. Yeah, 120. But it has changed. They didn't tell you that? There was some double booking. Yeah, there was a double booking. There was double booking and not as many people. Yeah, that's so 15 and the max. No. It's yes. It's 72. Yeah, it's yeah, very successful, yeah. So it starts at 2, I think. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it's time. Sorry. I was just fiddling. I wasn't I wasn't serious. But given that it's time, thank you everyone to be here. And it's a real joy to see full room. They told me they had the biggest room. I was terrified. I said, well, on my own. Anyway, I'm Gabi Lombardo. I'm the director of the European Alliance of Social Science Humanities. For those who don't know me, you're lucky. No, I mean, for those who don't know, ish is more important to talk about it. The European Alliance of Social Science Humanities has been founded a few years ago with the purpose of having this very much dynamic interface between the science community of social science humanities, hardly represented in science technology debates, with the policymaker working on science policy. Very often there's very little, as we heard actually in the first session, thanks guys, there's a very little representation of science and social science humanities in the science policy discussion. There's very little in other fields as well, but in science and technology is particularly important, mainly because we got a system that's been in place for over 60 years. And when the OECD set up that system, social science humanities methodologies and methods of research were very little known, especially were very scattered. So they designed a system of research funding, which does not really see our activities of research. So large activity like longitudinal studies, marketing studies, data gathering on social science humanities were not on the picture. And they were not pictured in the 60s, and they have been remained slightly invisible over time. So what we're here for? We want to change the system. Little ambitions, you know, in life. And here we are, therefore. I mean, and you all invited with us to change that system and to change how science and technology, and particularly the investment in funding on research is designed in our OECD countries and beyond. Why should we stop on the OECD countries? I'm going to be very brief. I just want to tell you this is a kind of a long session, but it's made of 2 parts. So parts 1, we'll see our Professor Ian Beckman to give a talk. She's the director of the data science at the Aarhus University, data lab, sorry, at the Aarhus University. And she will take us to a journey of something extremely interesting. She did it with a project Nordis. But more importantly, what we want to focus on is what works in terms of designing a system which is conducive on multidisciplinarity. So something that it looks like all research councils around the world seem to struggle with. So it's some interesting insight from her, but also from our panel. The panel is made of a few people, and my computer turned off, so I don't want to make any mistakes on the names and especially on the positions that these people have. But they're all very close and good friends, I would like to say. And so we will have Matthias, who's representing the Austrian Ministry. We have Malvina, who's coming from a large network of social science humanities funded by several research councils for social science humanities. Anya will join the panel too. And I'm missing one other one, which is Lisa, who's coming from Carnegie. It's a new friend of Ish. Carnegie, a think tank working at the interface between research and social science humanities and policy making. So this is the first part. The panel will sit here. We'll have spaces for you, the audience, to come and join them, because the question will be to the audience and not to the panelists. So be prepared to respond. And the second part, instead, there will be a slightly different format. We have John Dia and Ralph Gans. John is at City University, is also the treasurer of Ish. Ralph is at Antwerp University, and they play with numbers. So they're going to show you lots of very colorful pictures. Some of these pictures will have a QR code that you can play with their pictures as well, directly with your phone. We hope you do. And the point is, actually, we should use some research and data in analyzing the system we got in order to be able to change for the better. One single point for service, apparently there's been a little bit of mishap. So some people who are registered for us, because we got 2-part sessions, have also been registered in another session. So once we finish part 1, I will ask you if you want to stay. You're most welcome to stay. You dare leave the room. Oh, otherwise, you can gently go if you really have to. But John will cry, I'm telling you. So this is it. I would like to welcome Anya. Please join us. And I hope you're enjoying the session. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to come here. And it's a bit of an odd setting because I'm not familiar with this field of research. So my field of research is media studies and broader terms, data science and computational social science. So this is not familiar faces to me. However, I've been asked to come and tell a little bit about a project that I have been coordinating for the last 2.5 years. And it's now being sustained as Nordis 2, where we have given over the leadership to Norway. So I will also be talking a little bit about the sustainability of projects. So my experience in policy and in entering into policy things is that I was in the high-level group of misinformation. And I have also served the Nordic Council of Ministers and a lot of Danish ministries as well on this specific topic. But I will start because it's not about my research as such, it's not about the project as such, But it's more about what maybe we can take out of interdisciplinary projects, and Nordic is a very interdisciplinary project by design. So I will start with, if you only have 4 things that you'll remember from today, this would be what I want you to take away from this presentation. And it is speaking into your field. And having been leading this project with these 30 people, I find it to be extremely interesting and important to understand. And sometimes I don't think it quite resonates with the calls that we see from the EU, that interdisciplinarity is not like putting faculties together. Often humanities and social science labs are interdisciplinary by design. So in my lab, we have neuroscientists, we have computer scientists, we have engineers, we have all sorts of biophysics from health. So there are a lot of bit different backgrounds. So instead of thinking interdisciplinarity, like having different faculties or having different sectors linked, maybe we should more call out for backgrounds. So what is the background of the team? And the background of the teams could then be what is coining an interdisciplinary project. So that's at least a takeaway I think we could learn from these type of research projects. Another thing is that I find social science and humanities to be quite undervalued when it comes to tech innovation. So having worked a lot from people with natural science and engineering, they are very much focused on developing very high-end specific tech innovations or creating a faster speed for processing, etc., which is super important. But what we do is that we develop technology in context. So when we develop AI models, we develop AI models to serve a specific purpose in society. So the impact is quite immediate or very short term. Could also have long term because we are also engaged with regulation a lot. And kind of what you call the ecosystem, where another like standards and certificates plays a huge role in which technology actually ends on the market and which do not. So that's also, I think, something that should be discussed, at least when it comes to discussing the role of humanities and social science or arts or social sciences. It's also a field that are also undervalued when it comes to the monitoring and evaluating and building innovation and technology. And looking at the collective behavioral infrastructure solutions that require quite a lot of focus on how people behave in order to solve some of the grand challenges that we see. Like climate is created by humans partly. Misinformation is solely created by humans in conflicts. So there are a lot of the grand challenges that we identify as a society, as EU, that requires a huge amount of social science and arts in order to be solved. Yet many of the calls are actually also designed with specific STEM to lead this tech development, and also from the idea that tech development will push this forward. I don't quite see it that way. Of course, they are supplementing each other and they are not mutually exclusive, but humanities and social science can lead tech development as well as STEM can lead social science behavioral implications. So there are no need for making the PI leadership of tech solely on STEM in the calls. And lastly, I find the calls to be quite little attention to sustainability. You put in a lot of funding. I mean, a lot of funding you put into research. And you think this is just going to go like 3, max 5 years, and then suddenly the infrastructure that is built around this is just destroyed. So I was thinking, why don't you build this sustainability in from the beginning? So you don't have to apply for yet another sustainability grant or something. Like you could just tick a box, I want to ask for sustainability, and if the review process is great, then you will get that, because when it comes to it, it's about resources. And the resources that we have is basically postdocs and PhDs. And in order to get the best ones, a good way is to have a very long employment contract. So it's a win-win from all sides to have a more fluid and thought-through sustainability process from the beginning on. So that was just a short takeaway. So if you then you can sleep, and I will then tell you a little bit about what Nordis actually was and is. It is an EU CEF-funded project, so it's about infrastructure. Connecting European Facilities is the funding body, and that was quite a coincidence. This is applied for during COVID, so it was a time where crisis was like encompassing everything, and misinformation was just increasing a lot, and we can see that in our data. So it was kind of a panic call. I wouldn't say that, but it was trying to say, where can we... So the commission was like, DG Connect was like, where can we place a funding body that researchers can immediately apply for without like a long-term process? So they made this, they made calls in the Connecting European facility. It was more coincidence than it was long-term planning. So we applied. There are a lot of hubs applying throughout Europe. So the purpose was actually to unite a larger infrastructure around misinformation and digital media information disorders, and to construct an infrastructure that both encompasses fact-checking and journalists, but also academic researchers. And we applied as a Nordic hub with 4 countries and with a university and a fact checker in all countries. It was a group of people, 30, I think only 24 is on this. And it was in each of our partnerships were interdisciplinary. So each had people coming from computer science, social science, humanities, so that if, and in this very critical process, if someone somehow fall out due to regulatory issues or whatever, dealing with data, that is super important, then others could supplement. So it was interdisciplinarity, but it was also intersectionality. So it was not only like academics, it was fact-checking. They were very integrated into creating this infrastructure. That was the purpose of the project. The vision was to adapt to challenges arising in a Nordic welfare system. So it's very much focused on trust issues and high trust societies. And also to consolidate all the Nordic countries, because the resources for fact-checking was very poor and is very poor. So it requires that we stand together, even though we have 4 different languages and also slightly different cultures. So we believe, so our vision was that we believe that this could strengthen even because of the differences. And it should also function as a best practice, was our idea, that we could, because we have high trust and other political advantages in the Nordic countries, it would mean that it would be an extreme case in the sense that it would be the least, or the area of Europe that would have the least misinformation possible due to the structural advantages. So we wanted to build these methods and these infrastructures and prototypes of technology, and then put it into the grant EDMO, European Digital Media Observatory, for it to be freely used by everyone. And also the idea was to make it sustainable beyond the 3 years, 2.5 years that it was funded for in the first run. And we succeeded. And they start now. So what did we do of impact? We had, because of the diverse set of partners, we had different kinds of impact. Norway partner organized the Global Fact Conference, which is a huge conference in fact-checking, the largest one internationally. We had a lot of articles coming out, so that was the academic impact, among others, +1 articles, 2+1 articles, because that's kind of a good interdisciplinary venue to publish in. The fact-checkers created quite a lot of misinformation campaigns that crosses borders, trying to increase digital literacy throughout the corona and afterwards the Ukrainian war. And we engaged in comments to the DSA process of both data access but also takedown procedures, which was feasible technologically and which wasn't, with experience into the data infrastructure of platforms. Our fact-checking partners established a European certification program. They have a similar one for international, but they are also quite different internationally, so they wanted to have a European certificate, and they established that and is part of the board in that. And we engaged in the Nordic Council of Ministers as a policy outlet for our work, that they could try to unite the Nordic countries more on this matter. And that was adapted and also had implications coming out now in the different countries. And we were awarded the Syndenius Medal for trying to increase transparency in the information landscape. For the fact-checkers, they delivered quite a lot of fact-checks, so they were actually able to increase the number of fact-checks that they could deliver throughout this period, and they are now, with the Nordics 2, increasing that even more with more funding coming in. And they were also increasing their reach, so from 5 million users to 8 million page views throughout this period. And they constructed these literacy campaigns, and then they also played around with a proof of concept of actually doing fact-checking in collaboration. So when something flowed in Scandinavia, they would now be able to try to unite their unite forces and resources more, so that they can improve the fact-check themselves. From the university partners, we were 4, and they were more focused on making prototypes and proof of concept of frameworks for assessing whether misinformation is at a good level in different countries. It was developing prototypes for deepfake detection from Bergen. You can see here kind of a small example of how they are measuring shadows to see if time of day on the stamp of the pictures is similar to what is said in the pictures, in order to tell whether this was a fake or not. It's also recognizing, with the Ukrainian war, trying to recognize different military automobiles. I don't know the English word for that. Tanks, is it? In order to, and then compare it with different signs in the picture in order to tell whether this is near the Finnish border or it's taken somewhere else, and just assuming or saying that it's near the Finnish border. So there were a lot of focus on deepfakes as visual and audiovisual material. The Uppsala group focused on radicalization in conversations, so they developed a lot of computational models to try to compute that and find the different measures that could identify whether a radicalization was supposed or was going to happen based on a lot of training data. Our group did develop AI models to detect emotions, because we know that it correlates with spread. So that was a tool for fact-checkers to use in order to predict whether something would circulate a lot. We also developed a framework for describing and calculating biases in fact-checking infrastructure databases, such as Google Fact Check Explorer, and pointer databases as examples. And then we were interested in measuring exposure on Facebook, so what were people exposed for across crisis. And to exemplify that shortly, I'm taking 2 slides. This is our +1 article on the emotions. So what we did was that we have a problem with AI models being primarily trained on English languages and are very poor in minority languages. So we, instead of using the English model, we tried to train a model that works in these 4 minority languages and optimizing them for detection on social media platforms. We know that negative emotions spread faster and further. We can see a correlation between that, these emotions, these negative emotions, and especially with regards to anger. So we made a model. We were actually trying to measure collective anxiety during the COVID, but our model was not robust enough to measure anxiety because it's a tertiary emotion, so it requires other emotions to be in place, and the FY scores were not high enough to have that robustness. So we didn't find any, but we don't know if there wasn't any or our model was not good enough to do detecting it. But it was strong in detecting 6 emotions, among others, anger. So that are then used by fact checkers in their work to try to predict spread. And as you can see here, we also try to understand whether in a crisis situation, in crisis management situation, we wanted to know whether it was fruitful to look only at hashtags or whether we should look on everything coming out of Twitter and that the signal in terms of emotions would be higher. So we tested 2 hashtags. We tested COVID-related hashtags and we tested misinformation hashtags. And what we actually found was that there was a higher intensity of emotions, expressions in misinformation, and that anger was also more present in the misinformation sample, which is the last one when you look at the violin plots. So it makes sense to look at the misinformation hashtags in order to mitigate against in crisis management going forward as well. That is the point in the article. We were looking at 28 countries, 27 EU countries and UK to understand the misinformation exposure taking place on Facebook from 2017 to 2022, so crossing crisis, before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID, including the Ukrainian war. We know a lot in our field on who shares misinformation, especially coming out of US, but we know very little about the European region. We know very little about what people are exposed to on social media and especially on Facebook. So we got this access to this data set with 70 million URLs shared over 100 times. And what we find is that it's not the same profile as we see for sharing in the US. It is a rather different profile when it comes to exposure. As you can see, so the illustrations here on the left, the top ones is misinformation to the corner left, and the control sample is something that is not misinformation, just to know that we are not reproducing the general target group of Facebook. And the bottom one is then what has been shared. So what you can see is that the sharing is primarily older. So the density of the color is the more dense, the older the target group, and the lighter, the younger. Blue is males, and red are females. So what you see is that there are a more older group that shares misinformation, a younger group that are exposed to it. What you can also see is that the average the average target group that are exposed to misinformations are actually females from 35 to 44. But what you also can see is that there are more males still in the misinformation sample than in the general control sample, even though that most females are exposed to it. So why is this interesting? It's interesting to dig into these areas because they are very opaque. Normally we can't access these data. But it's also interesting because we know we are focusing a lot on these males that share political misinformation. They are old, they sit in the basement, are very politically interested. But actually there are no focus on females being more exposed to these information than males, which is important for political campaigns, countering misinformation, digital literacy campaigns. So there you go. Good. So what did we do and how well did we succeed? We wanted to make this best practice case, but what we also learned was that also in dialogue with EDMO, where I'm also affiliated with, that it's not like a one-off, one-fits-all. In the Nordic countries, we are much more focused on literacy than in most countries in the EU. We have less resources for fact-checking in itself. So that there are no misinformation in the Nordic countries is not right. It's just because there are less resources to check it. So they are not visible in the same way than, for instance, in Germany and France. But what we did was that we actually succeeded in uniting these countries in mitigating against misinformation in various ways. And also the knowledge sharing and the capacity sharing are actually strengthening this area in Nordic because we are small, but if we can stand together, we are much more powerful in this regard. So they were actually also increasing their communication tools and infrastructures around uniting on this area. And the researchers also benefited from this infrastructure because we don't have access to what has been fact-checked in the same way that we can when we are collaborating with fact-checkers. So we get the best possible data source to have a baseline, a golden baseline to train our models against. So that is kind of optimizing with the best possible data. So that's a win-win situation, I would say. Yes, so if I should do this again, I think there was a strength in having the different partners, having this interdisciplinarity, so we can more easily overlap in our competences. Because with this kind of chaos project that was kind of established, is often the case with crisis, right? We had a lot of problems with data access and like what can we do with the data? There were a lot of restrictions and it was almost impossible for us due to GDPR reasons and all sorts of reasons that I won't tire you with, that we could not share data across countries. So we had to kind of come up with new solutions, and that was very good that we had unities that were operating more or less with the same capacities. Yes, data processing. I think we EU underestimate how many resources we have to put in that social science and humanities is a cheap buy when it comes to research. That is not the case, I would say, and that's something that I think needs to be re-evaluated, how much money is put aside to at least computational social science and humanities, which is increasing throughout different fields. If I should do this again, I would definitely dedicate a communication team member. I have totally underestimated how much EU focus on communicating our results. We heard from the journalists that this is a major issue, and it requires not only quite a lot of resources, but it also requires certain skill set and mindset. The fact-checkers are focused on fact-checking, right? They're not focusing on communicating, even though they are journalists. So having a team member, that was what I was like, oh, well, great, we have journalists en masse here, they can communicate, but they, of course, did a lot of other things. So I would definitely do that. And then something that I totally didn't think of. This is high-speed research, and that in itself is a challenge because research is slow. It's kind of ingrained in our DNA. We do things and we have to, there's a lot of documentation and a lot of tests that we need to do in order to optimize our models and be sure that they are performing the right way, and you all know it. But EU are interested in results, and you also talked about that in the first panel. Now they want to know things now, what is happening, give me a signal. That is not really aligned. So producing reports was good, but at the same time, producing reports as an academic professor or academic researcher means that you can risk plagiarizing yourself if the report comes out first. So if I should do it again, I would definitely insist on making preprints and then refer like an executive summary only actually to the EU Commission, which I could actually hear today that they would actually prefer an executive summary. So that's a win-win, I guess, for everyone. But that was not like, this is my first coordinating, so that was not immediately clear to me. But that's kind of alignment, I think, in that. And maybe also communicating that stronger. We had an advisory board, very strong one. We had like huge amount of letters of support. It was too chaotic at the time, so if I should do it again, I would integrate that more throughout the process. So yeah, that is also something I find to be super important going forward. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Anja. And that was really interesting. So I would have thought, how many national programs there are on misinformation and how many funding council are funding this kind of research? Okay, there are some policymakers here, some come from Research Council. Do you have any large national funding program, SSAH led in misinformation? I don't see hands. Actually, this is the reality of science and technology investment. This research is very little funded. Can I invite the panel to come and sit with us? And anybody on the audience who wants to contribute immediately here, feel free. But please, Malvina, Matthias, Lisa, do you want to come and sit with us? I'm going to give my panel 2 minutes to introduce themselves, but also they all in different ways. They work with all along the line, the Research Council. They know what investment in social science, well, in general, in science technology there is. Some people are very centrally placed, and Matthias is looking at social science, humanities in particular, but I also got a very good understanding of what the ministry has been doing in terms of engagement in investment in science and technology nationally in Austria, for example. So I would like to hear 5 minutes introduction from, 2 minutes introduction from each one of you, and then we can open question to the audience. Thank you. Matthias, go first. Oh, microphone, sorry.
Yeah, hello. My name is Matthias Reiter-Pasmandi. I work at the Austrian Ministry of Education, Science and Research. Our department focuses on the social sciences and humanities. And I'm here in a double role. The one is I'm in the program committee of the Cluster 2 program line in Horizon Europe, which is in a sense a hub of expertise for social sciences and humanities research, with the main purpose of discussing with the European Commission the content of work programs of Horizon Europe. And the second is, of course, that I have been following the debate and the reflection of the science for policy system in Austria, especially during the COVID pandemic. And there are some learnings also for interdisciplinarity. And from my perspective, there are 4 major points to consider for interdisciplinarity. I think the first is awareness, and this conference is all about it. We heard in the morning that it's also a little bit preaching to the choir. And the other take from the morning I found interesting was that we should think of interdisciplinarity within SSH and interdisciplinarity between the social sciences and humanities and the STEM disciplines. The second I think is important is incentives. Incentives for interdisciplinarity, especially in funding programs. You before pointed a little bit in that direction. And I think the main line of incentives or the main source is in fact the European Framework Program Horizon Europe and the predecessor Horizon 2020, which gave a lot of incentives for interdisciplinary research. And maybe we have time in the session to talk about the impact and the quality, because I think there is much more to discuss. It's also about designing these incentives, designing calls, designing committees, how to bring in the different disciplines. And we heard a lot about this in the morning, about very good proposals from different systems, how to design calls, how to design experts committees properly. And the fourth point, I think, is the experts themselves. We also heard a lot about it already in the morning. If you have only 1 or 2 social sciences and humanities experts on a scientific advisory mechanism out of 7, then we heard from one of the members himself that you may need more of these experts in such committees. So I think for the beginning, that's it.
Good afternoon. My name is Malwina Gębalska and I come from Polish National Science Center. It's a research funding agency that funds basic research in Poland. But I'm here today, thank you for inviting me, on behalf of the network of funders called CHANS, with an S. So CHANS stands for Collaboration of Humanities and Social Sciences in Europe. This is a program co-funded by the European Commission. We got a generous grant of 10 million euros to support the community of social science and humanities researchers. We started in 2021, and up to date, we organized 3 calls for international research proposals that addressed important societal challenges. It's especially important because we are a network of European funders that mainly fund basic research. But in this call, we can achieve something more than just funding individual projects. First of all, we address societal challenges. For example, in the first call, the topic was transformation, social and cultural dynamics in the digital age. So we managed to fund 26 projects, 3-year projects involving quite a big part of a research community. So in these 26 projects, we have 132 national research teams. And in this research team, we have 627 research team members. So you can see how big the community is and what impact we have in this program. I must say that the community is very large and very diverse. So it's a challenge to prepare calls for proposals for this community. This community is also very fragmented, and it covers very different disciplines, starting from literary studies, philosophy. Also, we fund psychology, sociology, anthropology, linguistics. So this is a big map of different disciplines. So it's also a challenge to cater the needs of this community. What is also quite exceptional about the program, referring to the topic of this conference, that we not only fund and monitor the results of this research, but we also offer researchers a knowledge exchange program. So our goal is to bring the projects together because they all work with different challenges that we face in the digital age. So we also bring the projects together and we encourage them from the very beginning, from the start of writing their proposals to us. We encourage them to involve different non-academic stakeholders in their research proposals. We offer them also, as I mentioned, the knowledge exchange program, which is led by my colleague who is here with us, Professor Sarah Perry from MOLA Museum of London Archaeology. So the team from MOLA is discussing different topics with the projects, trying to find common grounds for the projects, and also try to link the projects with different audiences. So not only academic, but also industry, business, all sorts of museums, schools, so representatives of different sectors. We hear from the community that the program is important for them, that rarely are they offered an opportunity to work together and also to get so deeply involved with the non-academic community. We organize annual conferences for the projects where they can meet, discuss in different constellations, also with non-academic stakeholders. So I think it can be seen as an interesting case studies. For linking policy needs, but also scientific community needs, funders' needs. We also co-create calls that we organize. Right now, there are 2 calls under evaluation, one on crisis and one on well-being. So we are evaluating these proposals and also want to offer more than just funding for this research community. And just to mention, we work together with HERA and North Face Network, so some of you may be familiar with this network, so we co-create the calls also with these networks. Thank you.
Gabby, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm Lisa Bomasi. I'm the Deputy Director of Carnegie Europe, which is a foreign policy think tank. We're originally based in the United States, but we have offices here in Brussels. We also have an office in Berlin since March 2022. So Carnegie Europe is actually, as I said, it's a foreign policy think tank, and we look at a wide variety of issues, everything from nuclear non-proliferation to the crisis in the Middle East and everything in between. And we're funded by many different types of organizations and entities. So today, actually, what I wanted to share with you, which is what Gabby asked us to do, is to think through what the conditions that were necessary for interdisciplinarity within our little bubble, if you like. So for me, I think it's useful to think about this in 3 ways. One, it goes back to the sort of formative years that you had growing up. Even at university, you make your choices based on whether you're going to be in the hard sciences track or whether you're going to be in a social sciences track. And I think the tools and the methodologies that you're learning as you're going through those 2 different systems condition you in quite different ways. So I think it's really, unless you make interdisciplinarity almost second nature from the beginning, you're almost, so it's a cultural thing, and I think this was mentioned earlier as well. The second thing that I wanted to mention was also the practicalities of it, and this is also related to what do we mean by interdisciplinarity? Because there's transdisciplinarity, there's multidisciplinarity, there's interdisciplinary. What are we talking about here? And I think that's important, the sort of definitional dynamics around that. And also related to that, tangentially, as a think tank, whenever I try to explain to my family that I work for a think tank, they're like, what is that? It's very difficult because you're not an academic institute. You're not a policy lab in, a government somewhere, and you're not a media organization either. We're really at this intersection where we bring different parts of those 3 strands together. And that means that actually communication is really important for us because we're reaching out consistently to very different audiences. So it could be at an event like this where you have, first-year IR students alongside somebody who's a career diplomat who's just, there because he's interested in current affairs. So it's about being able to speak to those different audiences in different formats and different publications and making, I think you mentioned this, accessibility. It needs to be understandable to people who don't necessarily follow. And I think that is also relevant for STEM, because if you're only following the data, then how can I, as a social scientist, contribute to that if I don't necessarily understand quantum mechanics? I'm just giving an example there. And then the last thing, which has already also been mentioned, is the incentives that are around it, carrots and sticks. What are the resources that you actually have available to make sure that there's this cross-fertilization? So what we did at Carnegie a few years ago is it can't just come from the outside. This is important. Funders need to drive that. They need to say, we want this interdisciplinarity. But it's also about organizational culture from the inside. Because if you don't provide the incentives, and you don't necessarily need to use carrots and sticks all the time, but I think you need to have a sort of a framework, exactly. So we created a system within Carnegie a few years ago, which actually reports that kind of behavior, and I'm happy to talk about it a little bit more if there's questions. Thank you.
Thank you to all my panelists. And I got a question for the audience immediately. So we have a community, scattered, individual, based on individual project, struggling with critical mass. We are among family. I mean, we talked earlier to be a lot more social science and humanities here than anybody, than other conferences of this kind that we saw in the past. So we can tell us each other the truth. So we have a community very fragmented, very scattered, systematically funded for 60 years with very small size project, which means that we got that ecosystem that David was talking about. And we're trying to make a multidisciplinary with a much better organized, but from what Anya was saying, group of scientists that they work in large labs, better coordinated, with critical mass, with a background of hundreds, millions of funding over the years. How does that work? Does anybody got a magical recipe? Is anybody on the audience who wants to say something? We should have a cube, the cube with a microphone somewhere, but do we have it? So, I'm looking for someone with a magic wand. Let's switch it. Here we go. Here we go. We are ready. So anybody with a magic wand? I can throw the microphone too. Well, we definitely are struggling with something, and we're trying to find solution to provide to policymakers in science and technology to tell them what we can do better than that. So if it's someone would, here we go.
Nearly came out. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I mean, I think that is right, or at least it's a good observation of something which is different in the different scientific fields, that there's a different type of investment over a long run. And Andy, you were talking about the need for follow-up and continuation. But you know, obviously, Matthias, from a policy-making ministry position, the policy priorities change on a slightly more rapid time frame. So is it that we are not able to identify challenges which have that long run that we need to invest in a much more structured way? Or are we trying with social sciences and humanities just to follow a problem which has already happened? Okay, are we trying to make spaces in technology that we're not trying to make a market or a space in social sciences and humanities? Is that a challenge? Is it because we are in social sciences and humanities looking at policy problems from today, but we're not investing in the longer term understanding of it? Why don't we understand that it needs that kind of growth and development like a technology does? So the question in the end was really, we don't invest in long-run social science and humanities-related questions in the way that we do with a technology challenge, and where's that the follow-up funding?
Well, I would slightly disagree. I think the best investment for future challenges is the investment in basic research and in curiosity-driven social sciences and humanities research, because we don't know what the crisis of the future will be. And I think in the past, many of the crises have shown that actually special fields, very disciplinary niches that were not in the spotlight for some time, were all of a sudden needed in some fields of studies on religions, in disciplines on certain languages of areas of the world where no one was interested for quite some time, and then all of a sudden that language, that cultural skills were needed across ministries, across administrations. And I think the Corona crisis was another example where all of a sudden certain disciplines that did very good basic research, be it from the natural sciences or the social sciences, all of a sudden were able to contribute that knowledge and translate it into policies. So I think that is a good strategy forward, especially for the social sciences and humanities, to invest in basic research. So that would be one answer to your question.
So more fundamental research and less mission-driven? Is that the suggestion, probably? Anya, do you want to say something? And then pass you that.
Yeah, I of course agree that we should have more basic research based on potentially applied research, so not seeing them as a split thing like we do right now. It's kind of schizophrenic to think that there's basic research and then there's applied research. It's kind of going in and out of each other, I think. But you're also touching upon a very fragile element, because we look into the future, hopefully not, but probably, where social science and humanities funding is getting less and less, and the universities are more and more pressed throughout Europe, throughout the world. And given that, then basic research is difficult, and I think increasingly getting more and more difficult. So I would say that it is maybe a good idea to tie basic research also into more applied research-oriented funding. Actually having these massive, chaotic, great grand challenges, intense period of time, and then providing something more slow pace afterwards for everyone, a win-win, to actually gain some of the more long-term effect of doing an applied research project. I think that would benefit society a lot, and not taking grand challenges and basic research as silos. I find that to be highly problematic.
Thank you, Anya. Let me ask another question to the audience. In the meantime, I see a couple of hands are going up, but I got a question about, well, let's go for the hands up first, and then.
I actually have two contributions. One is on the basic research. I'm from a country, Barend van der Meulen, from the Netherlands, where in the last 3 decades, the funding for the universities compared to the funding from the non-academic research institutes has increased. So basically, the government has spent it more and more increasingly in the universities. And so the universities are indeed pushed to take over some of the roles of these applied research institutes. And they want to do basic research. But we need applied research in our countries, like we need engineering and chemistry and etc. And in agriculture, we need the life sciences and we need agricultural sciences. So we cannot do with social sciences which are interested and engaged with society. So thinking that basic science is sufficient is stupid. So I'm sorry, but it's a stupid myth. We shouldn't go for science funding like that. The second thing I want to, and that is more, I want to challenge the suggestion that there is a clear boundary between the STEM and the science, social sciences and arts and humanities on the one hand, and the STEM on the other hand. I come from a university which started as an engineering university, built up a social sciences and humanities profile as well, because they needed sufficient students, but they also realized that engineers have to be trained in social sciences. And for a long time, they profiled themselves as a two-core university. But when you looked into the engineering sciences, there were huge differences between the engineering sciences in terms of culture, in terms of methodology, in terms of thinking about what their relation was with the object and how they dealt with that, and the use of labs, etc. And the same is for the social sciences and humanities. It's not one cultural community. It's not one epistemological community. If you look at how the psychologists try to mimic the basic sciences, the laboratory sciences in what they think is chemistry and physics are doing, that's completely different how anthropologists or philosophers operate with their muscle. So it's not helpful to think that there is STEM against social sciences and that we are two separate humanities. So I would really challenge that. And if you do that, then you see a lot of overlap between what we now call STEM and what we now call social sciences, and a lot of potentials for collaborations. And they're happening within universities.
Thank you. I got a question, as I said earlier. Would like to know, raise your hand. So do you think it's right or wrong? And we go right first and then wrong, to lobby for priorities of research. Let's see what you think about it. So could you please tell me who's in favor to lobby and create also critical mass for specific priority of research? Who think it's right? Okay, we go about half, a bit more than a third. Who think it's wrong to lobby for priorities of research? Nobody thinks it's wrong. Well, someone thinks it's wrong, but very few. Guys, where all the others stand? Because you were not pro, you were not against. Come on, make your mind up and try again. Who's in favor? Come on with your hands if you're in favor. Go for it. Okay? Who's against? Go with your hands. Come on, they're against and they're not just really shy. Okay, we definitely have a big group of undecided. Matthias, tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think a system needs both, and I mean that this is what you said. I mean, to do a distinction between basic research and applied research is an artificial approach to sort of organize giving fund to certain research projects, and it's all about creating an ecosystem and a cycle. The question was a little bit towards John's question to predict the future and what special disciplines or what focus we need in the future. And I mean, to a certain extent, of course, we do it, and you see it in Horizon Europe. You have missions, you have challenges, and you go step by step forward. But in the end, you also need areas for funding open-ended research in order to build capacities and to have knowledge that you don't know yet that you need it. And so I think also, Gabi, your question is quite, challenging us because to me, I think both are equally necessary. And I would like to talk a little bit more about interdisciplinarity in Horizon Europe, but I don't know if there are other questions in the room.
There's a question over there. John, can you launch that box over there? That's a bit of a challenge. Maybe on bits, not all the way up. Now, don't carry it. The whole point of this is launching it. Please launch it over. Well done. See?
Can you hear me? Okay. So I am Kenneth Nsa, and I'm better known as Samala. I work with Bridges Coalition. I wanted to just add to the discussion about the potential for social sciences and humanities to contribute or not to long-term thinking and the future. And I want to start first of all by saying the humanities and the social sciences are good, especially because a lot of them sit at the nexus of different epistemological traditions. I am taking the example particularly of foresight and futures thinking, because foresight and futures thinking is both an art as it is a science, given the fact that we draw on signals, we draw on trends, and those things usually come from the science, the technology, innovation. But of course, we also keep an eye on what are the values of the communities or the aspirations of communities. And that is why I think that particularly now that the UN is taking up the issue of foresight and long-term thinking, because we have been caught in a lot of short-termism, especially when we want to attend to quick constraints or quick demands, whether politicians trying to not displease their electorate or so all of these things, we can look at them in a different perspective if we bring in the arts and the humanities. Because in foresight now, we can use classical foresight, because we can also use speculative foresight. I want to give one quick example. Some people might not be aware, but there was research in foresight done at the Institute for Futures in California that had simulated something that looked very much like the corona pandemic. But a lot of people weren't about it. But those who were about it were more prepared to dealing with that, because foresight and futures is not about prediction. It's about preparing people to navigate the uncertainties of the future. And we look at it in terms of futures and not just one future, including possible, plausible, desirable, and even undesirable futures. So I think it's important that we press for this cross-cutting interdisciplinary collaborations now and continue to make it look, or to make those who have not been believing that all knowledge forms are important. And the more we bring them into synergy, the more we can handle our complex polycrisis. Thank you.
Thank you. And we got another hand here. We got the last 2 minutes, so, and then I want to give just 1 minute to the panel to finish. Can you get the cube down? Launch. Come on, guys. Throw. Don't worry. It's meant to be thrown.
I will first explain why there were so few votes for lobbyism. And then I will answer the first big question you asked, how to do with funding of the social science and humanities in context where they can address societal problems. So I think the skepticism towards lobbyism explains why we didn't support it, because the prioritizing of topics in science, it happens 2 places. It happens by basic funding to universities, where they tend to be conservative, just like Barent said, because it's about the regeneration of the disciplines and about local recruitment. And in reality, the prioritization there depends on student numbers. Now, that's why we have external funding. And they have to do priorities on other bases. And that's a very important thing for research that should not happen only according to lobbyism. And then I think Anja's project already demonstrates a way forward, because 30 years ago, social science and humanities were mostly concerned with regenerating the disciplines. That's not the case anymore. We have had a lot of internationalization, mobility, and also student numbers are not enough to get jobs anymore. So there's an orientation across disciplines, even between STEM fields and social science and humanities, and there's an increased readiness to answer societal problems in larger projects that are co-funded by several countries. So I think the project demonstrated already shows a way forward. And also I think the expectations towards the contributions of the social science humanities must change. They are not primarily concerned anymore with regenerating their own discipline.
Thank you. Shall we close with just one quick word from each one of you? Lisa, do you want to start? About, we've been discussing the importance of the relationship between the multidisciplinarity and the carrot and the stick that we're talking about, and to encourage it or not.
I agree with everything that's been said here. I think it's important that as the gentleman over there said, we don't make these strong distinctions between, because we do need to have that cross-fertilization, which is super important. In my own ecosystem, which is, this tiny little world where over the past 15 years that I've been involved in foreign policy issues, you can see how every other month, there's always flavor of the month. There's a new crisis, there's a new issue that's at stake. And at each of those moments, we've always needed to have the expertise of our colleagues who have followed these issues very deeply. And I think it's important to continue that investment to ensure that we can draw on that knowledge to help us solve the challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, thanks for letting us have this final say. I kind of agree that of course interdisciplinarity is rising within social sciences, humanities. Yet I think it's still very hard to, with the distinction between applied research or strategic research and basic research like represented by ESE. Why I argue for a tighter relationship between the two and these sustainability issues is that it's very high pace, often applied research, at least in the way that we have been conducting it, which leaves in a very chaotic state where you collect a lot of data, you collect a lot of empirical findings, but you don't really have the time to do so what we want to do now with another funding is that we want to look at these evolutionary elements, like are there any evolutionary cognitive biases that are activated throughout this period of time, throughout these crises. And so we utilize our data set to do that. But it would be very, very unique in the sense that we are creating new disciplines. We are social science and humanities, but we are also creating, each discipline evolves. And if we do interdisciplinarity, new discipline will evolve out of that. I'm sure of that. So having an opportunity to actually dig deeper. As a researcher, the incentive for doing things is how introvert can you be? You're punished in 2.5 years, doing chaotic things, and then you have your time to dig into the data and really do classic research. But it doesn't really come to that if that is not in the end of something very chaotic. And right now, with the structure of having ESE on the one side, and then having Horizon Europe or other chance or whatever on the other side, is simply not ideal for anyone. To have that distinction, at least not when the review processes of ESE are dominated by classical disciplines and classical thinking people saying, if you are doing this project, you have to employ people from your discipline to do it. It's not how it works. So I think it's good, but it's also bad at the same time.
Thank you. 30 seconds to Malvina and Matthias.
Yes, so coming from a basic research agency, I think I see the importance of topical calls, challenge-oriented calls for proposals, but I think what is important is co-creation. So if we want to announce calls for proposals addressing different societal challenges, it's important to involve funders, but also research community, non-academic stakeholders, and then we can find maybe a balance between basic research, applied research, policy needs, researchers' needs. So I think co-creation is important. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about Horizon Europe and interdisciplinarity there. And I think a question that many of us are interested in at the moment is how the approach of integrating the social sciences and humanities actually did work during the 7 years of Horizon 2020. And we have a final monitoring report on that subject. But I think we need much more analysis on this. And I think actual research, there was some years ago an entire research project, the impact evaluation project, that looked specifically on societal impact, on impacts of projects that took on expertise from the social sciences and humanities. And I think funders and policymakers are interested in getting more information about how our projects where the social sciences and humanities expertise is taken on board, how are they different from those projects where this is not the case. And I think this 7 years of projects, hundreds of projects, are an immense source for giving us new answers to this question.
Well, if you want to know about integration and SSH, the second part of this session will focus exactly on that, a bit of data on that. Let me thank you, the panel and the audience, for the ability. And we got 10 minutes. You want to grab a coffee, and you can choose if you stay in this room or if you join. No, they have to say you have to stay in this room for the second part of this session. 5 minutes break if you want to grab a coffee or toilet break. You're here? No, quarter past. Would you like to take your seat again? People don't realize that the short people behind the lecture is pointless. Just as well I can move these. Right. We are on the second part of this session, and there's been a lot of talking about SSH integration. There's been a lot of discussion about does it work, hasn't worked. The commissioners themselves in their monitoring report seems to have noticed that things haven't gone quite right in Horizon 2020. Is anything going better in Horizon Europe? Well, let's listen from John Deere and Ralph Guns. They've been doing some little playing with numbers. So please, guys, take the audience.
So, okay, let me start. Thank you, Gabby. So, hopefully we will try to pick up on some of the issues which were discussed in the previous panel and also a little bit throughout the earlier sessions in the day about this challenge of, for us, it was looking at how is it that we can tell whether we've been successful in connecting or integrating more social science research across the framework programs. Horizon 2020 introduced the specific idea that integration of social sciences was important. It dreamt up the idea of flagging specific topics in the work program to try and address the lack of social science appearing across different areas, particularly, as we've discussed and Anya pointed out, the idea that a topic could be identified as being something which could only possibly be led by a STEM, a scientific team with a STEM background. But the idea of flagging at least introduced the idea that there should be more integration and connection of researchers from different backgrounds, from the social sciences and the technical and natural sciences. So as a result of that, it became a requirement for the Commission to monitor the integration of social sciences and humanities. And as Matthias mentioned, last year, I think, the final integration report was published by the European Commission, giving its view on the success or otherwise of the policy to flag up topics across the different work programme and call areas to include social science and humanities researchers. So our jumping off point is going to be that report. Okay, we're not looking at that report in terms of the methodology. We're not looking at that report specifically in terms of the results that they came up with and the conclusions that they draw as to whether or not that policy was successful or not. But what we are going to do is present some ideas around the different approaches that we might be able to use into the future to think about how to detect or search for social sciences inside the broader research framework programs. And while we're concentrating this afternoon on looking for that integration of social sciences and humanities, we think that it also applies to being able to use these kinds of approaches to looking at detecting other disciplinary areas, other topics, other fields of research being blended into multidisciplinary projects. So our focus is looking for social science and humanities, but we want to you all to keep in the back of your mind that really the big challenge going forward is to think about how that could be applied or how we could apply those approaches to a kind of a more multidisciplinary universe and to see whether that's successful. I'm going to move on to the next slide, and that's your first slide, Raf, to talk about an approach that we stuck to throughout this exercise.
Right, I completely forgot that was already my turn. For that one. Yeah, so we've been thinking a bit about integration of social sciences and humanities throughout Horizon Europe, throughout Horizon 2020 as well. And our current understanding is that there are different ways or different aspects to a research project, and that we can monitor integration, interdisciplinarity at these different levels. So it's not intended to be like a full theory of how research works, but just like a few ingredients, if you will, that we think are relevant. So first of all, you have, of course, on the left side, you have people carrying out the actual research, people being involved in a project. And if we look at the monitoring report that John referred to, then we see that one of the principal ways in which they try to gauge this integration is actually through who are the participants in a project. Do we see people with an SSH background in there, for instance? But then, of course, the project itself works with certain topics, works with certain conceptual frameworks, theories, methods, and so on, and those can be related to social sciences and humanities or not. And finally, a project usually has results. Ideally, it does. Those can take many different forms, of course, but we are thinking primarily of publications. You can think of others as well. And there, again, you can see, are those communicated to a social sciences and humanities audience or not? And then back to you, John.
Slickly done. Okay, so that's what we want you to keep in mind as we're going through this, that we need a range of different information and data sources to really tackle the challenge of understanding what kind of contributions from different disciplinary fields are going into the different topics, the different parts of the work program. Okay, so keep that model that Raf was talking about in mind as we go through. So, as I said, the jumping off point for us was the report on integration produced by the Commission last year. And rather than going through the whole thing, we picked a couple of societal challenges just to look at the results from... Okay, so that's a slightly earlier version of a slide that I had. So this slide just looks at the health challenge from the integration report. And it says that if you look to the far right of both of those tables, that as far as the integration analysis and conclusions go, that the flagged topics, the topics inside the work program, inside the different calls over a period of time, that these are the proportions of good or fair integration of social science. And as Raf was saying, that was mostly based on an assessment of the backgrounds, the type of people who are working in those projects. And I think what we wanted to get away from was thinking about whether these kind of input measures were really the best way of indicating what the actual content or the focus or the outcome was likely to be in terms of the contribution of SSH into the projects. So looking at the results from the report, we're looking at an assessment which says something close to 50% of the projects which are funded under the flagged topics have a good integration of social science and humanities using the Commission's methodology. Now, let's move on now to looking at some alternative measures or approaches that we think could be relevant. But as we go through, we also want you to throw out some comments, raise your hands, ask questions, There's no point in going through the whole presentation if things are not clear or if you've got points that you want to make some comments on. So please feel free. I'll keep my eyes open to see if anybody's got their hands up. So this is the start now that we started an analysis looking at some of the straightforward data which is available from Cordis to look at some good guides to how well integrated using some other measures or some other indicators which are publicly available to show whether or not there was a good social science connection. Now, many of you, I'm sure all of you who spend your time looking at the Cordis database and downloading the data, which I'm confident, given the audience here, is a large number of you, you'll know that the Commission has introduced a kind of a topic or a discipline categorization approach called based on a post-fact analysis or topic analysis of the objectives of projects and classified under the EuroSci-VOC classification system. When you're in Cordis, you can see all of the projects classified using this methodology. So the first set of slides we're going to look at is a kind of a comparison between what was in the integration report and what we found when we were looking at this straightforward data inside the Cordis database, which is drawn from an analysis of the topic objectives. Okay, so you can see, everybody can see from the pie chart above that just using the data from Cordis relating to societal challenge 1, the health challenge, our information suggests that far from it being as high as was suggested in the Commission in the integration report, something like 9% of the projects have a strong social science component to them, and about 1% of them have a strong humanities component. Okay, so that's at the highest broad domain level of analysis. The tagging system inside Cordis then allows you to drill down in a kind of a discipline and topic tree to go closer and closer to individual topics. So we broke that down into a simple table which looks at the broader, what I would recognize as closer to kind of academic disciplinary fields, sociology, political sciences, economics and businesses, to see what proportions of projects in Societal Challenge 1 had a strong social science component. And here you'll notice that we've got the information represented in 2 columns so that we can compare in the first column the topics which were flagged for SSH and then the topics which were not flagged for SSH. And you can see that actually, overall, in the flagged topic area, about 20% of the projects which were under that flagged domain had a good social science component to them. Outside of that, in the broader Societal Challenge 1, the health challenge, it's closer to 9%. Okay? Now, that seems to suggest then that, okay, while the overall number, the total number of projects which have a good SSH component is a little bit less than was detected in the monitoring report, it still does show that the policy of flagging looks like it was effective. Okay, it's doubled the proportion of social science in the projects which were under those flagged topics. So that seems like it's quite effective. One of the issues that we had picked out in our analysis, though, was that in fields such as political sciences, economics and business, and history, the effect of flagging topics reduces the involvement of people with backgrounds in those fields. So, having said that flagging is probably a success in terms of Societal Challenge 1 in encouraging more social science, using this frame of analysis, the Euro-SciVoc classification in Cordis, we should be careful to note that it doesn't have an equal effect across the disciplines. And I think that will be related to an issue that we should pick up and not forget about, which is how the calls are designed. Okay, so how the call topic is designed gives strong signals to what kinds of contributions from different fields are going to be necessary. Now, if we're going to continue to use these types of approaches, was that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
How about the health sciences, which is on top, which is hard, and there's a lot of social sciences in the health sciences?
Yeah, so this is to be, what I'm saying is we could pull these apart. We could pull these, apart and drill down to much greater definitions and identify some social, like whether or not health economics is in health sciences or in economics is something that we'd like to look for in more detail here. But my suggestion is that it is not, given the nature of the calls which came out, that it's not likely to be picking up a lot of social science which has kind of health relevance. But the further we drill down into it, you might start to be able to pull out some different definitions of that. Yes, so I think the point to take is...
Sorry, I broke the wall.
No, there was no wall.
Well, you did kind of, actually, so thanks for that. I just have a very small clarification question about what you said. Can I assume that there is no... it's a question about causality. Yeah. So would you say from this that the fact of flagging causes the proportion of SSAH disciplines to increase, or component in the projects to increase? Or is it more generally that there happens to be a correlation between flagged topics and the presence of SSAH disciplines, which would make sense?
Yeah, so that's a really relevant question, which itself requires more inquiry. However, having spent some time in putting this together and reading the different calls to try to determine which calls in the work programs from her, at the moment we're just talking about Horizon 2020, to determine which ones of them are specifically flagged or given that encouragement. I would say then this again raises the point about the drafting, the specificity of the drafting, which is, to me, there was some ambiguity as to the strength of the signal which directed the people who put proposals together to think about what kind of backgrounds or research perspectives should be involved. So when you read across the flagged topics, or the topics which make a mention of social science and humanities, it's not always entirely clear the strength of the indication. Okay, there's not an actual flag in the work program.
Percentage of the flag topics overall in Challenge 1? Roughly.
Roughly, I will have to go back to my slides and look at that and answer a separate question.
Yep.
But I can't recall that.
Just random, just like 10%, 1%, 100%, 70%. I don't know. I mean, it's just a rough number.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to hazard a guess.
Okay, sorry.
But it's a relatively small number, okay, of topics which are flagged across. So I would. So let me try and make a little bit of progress, and I'll pick up another questions as we go along. So I think the point that we wanted to focus on here was that the approach could be seen to be relatively successful, but we have to think about exactly what the consequences of that can be, intended or otherwise. Okay, so in some cases, it includes some underrepresentation of researchers from other fields. The third dimension that we were looking at, which is available to us in Horizon 2020, but which isn't available to us yet in Horizon Europe, is to look at, as Raf was pointing to, the actual outputs of the projects which have been funded under flagged topics or non-flagged topics. So what we've taken here is a look from the a view from the Cordis database on. These are the same body of projects that we were looking at in the previous slide, but now we're looking at where the publications related to those projects are published, in which journals, and using the journals as the way of identifying the disciplinary or the field background from the Scopus classification. We see that there's a different outcome. Okay, so in this case, the content of publications in the projects with social science components to it falls from what we saw using the previous categorization, which was in the Cordis database, from about 20 to about 4%. Again, it suggests that flagging topics does promote the inclusion of social sciences and humanities in those areas more than the background projects, the broader spread of projects in Challenge 1. And again, it's about twice as much. But what we regard as possibly a stronger measure or an indicator of whether there's really social science included in the projects which have been supported, the publications record to us is a strong one, and possibly stronger than the previous two sort of more input measures that we were looking at. Now, the caveat here is, which requires more work, is that particularly in the health space, okay, health sciences, clinical sciences, medical sciences, publication rates per person, per team, per project are higher than social sciences, tend to be, okay? Now, the difference between 20 and 4%, we don't think is necessarily accounted for by the publication rates. But again, more work would need to be done to understand that difference and then normalize those results across. We think it's a good indication for us of that direction of travel, which again suggests that probably we are looking at less SSH being included in that health challenge than was necessarily being picked up in the integration report. Ooh. There we go. So that was,
Yes, I have a question first. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Tobias Badestrøm. I'm working for NORS, Norwegian Research Center. And I used to be in the Research Council of Norway, and to come to the point, I'm kind of a time witness here because I was seconded to the European Commission for 3 years during Horizon 2020, dealing with exactly this SSH integration. And one of my tasks was to report, in the program committee to the different countries about the development of SSH integration. But to the question, how the calls are designed, I think this is crucial, and I don't want to, reveal all the secrets of the European Commission. I know there are some people here in the room, but what is really important, and I think that worked very well, was this system of liaison officers from the different societal challenges that me and colleagues in the social sciences unit discussed regularly. The topics, should they be flagged or not? How should we improve the topic text, etc.? And I thought at the time it was a very open environment, and they took on my suggestions openly. But of course it boils down to my mostly political science background, and sometimes I brought a couple of colleagues, of course representing other SSH disciplines. And it also, of course, requires these liaison officers, project officers who are writing for the different challenges to at least have a certain knowledge of what is social sciences and what can that bring to the topic and make it better. But I mean, this boils down to humans also in the European Commission, and I see it in the National Research Council. I worked there for many years. You know, you do your best, but you cannot cover all those, what is it, 70 SSH disciplines in one topic. But I think it's a very positive development now, and I'm looking forward to FP10 and even better SSH integration. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question to the previous slide about the publications. My question is whether there could also be, it could also be the case that the SSH partners in the projects had different roles than doing research, and whether this is a good thing or not. And the second is that maybe the publications of SSH partners didn't go into Scopus listed journals. Could that also be the case?
So two things on that. One extra fact that I do remember was that something like 20% of, and I think this was from the integration report itself, of social sciences were not research contributions, right? So I think that's part of it, but I think that's a question to ask, which is what roles are the categorized SSH contributions coming in, if it's in communications or communicating the acceptability of different science-based scientific interventions, then I think that's important to understand that too, because I think we're looking for scientific and research contributions. Okay, so rolling on. Now, that was just the background to Horizon 2020 to demonstrate what we think is the kind of the full set of data which helps you to undertake the analysis. What we are looking at here now is an attempt to start looking at an early review of what's going on in Horizon Europe. Okay, this first slide. Now, these are not proportions, these are actual then numbers of projects. The row on the top shows the cluster areas, and the column on the left shows the disciplinary areas based on the classification system which is used inside the Cordis database to show where this is only related to social sciences and humanities, which clusters have so far we can detect the most kind of contribution from the social sciences and humanities. Not surprisingly, cluster 2 has a relatively high number, but as I said, this is only the absolute numbers of projects, not the proportions. Okay, the cluster 5 is high. Cluster 1, the health challenge, looks like it's relatively low to us. But this is a quick map across the whole of Horizon Europe. Up until now, the projects recorded in the Cordis database. This table shows, going back to that method that we were using before, it breaks down the same kind of data between the flagged topics and the unflagged topics. Again, we're getting a good indication to say that flagging does influence the amount of social science and humanities which is connected to a project. But again, there's a differential here across the different disciplinary and topic areas, where some topics receive a bad treatment under the flagging system and kind of increasingly underrepresented. So I think, again, it just reinforces the issue that what we were detecting in Horizon 2020 looks like it's replicating itself in Horizon Europe too. Those previous approaches to trying to detect SSH inside the framework programs were based on a relatively straightforward kind of data analytic approach, drawing on the publicly available Cordis database. What we wanted to talk through now was another way of trying to identify the SSH content, And Raf's going to talk through his approach to a bit of topic analysis.
Thanks. So I think the idea here is that the clusters or the societal challenges as we have them, they are really broad, of course. And looking at that level, you kind of miss a lot of detail. But then again, if you're looking at individual projects, there are hundreds of them under one cluster. So that's also sometimes a bit difficult. So this is an attempt to look at some kind of intermediate level, trying to figure out the main topics that are addressed within one cluster or one societal challenge. So this is an example of the health challenge in Horizon 2020. So this kind of figure, maybe I can ask, can you raise your hand if you look at this and you think, okay, I kind of understand how to read this or what I am looking at? No. Nobody. Okay, good. So it needs explanation. Good. So it's, I am, for now, not going to go too much into the methods behind that. We come back to that a bit later, but I can kind of explain intuitively what it's about. So it's based on the project description or project objectives. So on the text by which the project describes itself. And based on text mining, we try to figure out which are the main topics, typically somewhere in the order of 20-ish main topics that are addressed within one challenge. So each bubble that you see here is one topic. They all have their own label. For instance, at the bottom, we have vaccine development, gene therapy, stroke treatment, etc., etc., etc. The size of a bubble reflects how many projects are within one topic, but there are not huge differences in terms of size between these topics. So but you can see that some are a bit bigger than others. And then importantly, they are also positioned in such a way that more closely related topics are also positioned closer to one another. I think that's the most important thing for now. Oh yeah, one thing, some of these, I'll call them bubbles, are not labeled. That's not because they don't have a label. It's just if we label all of them, then the figure becomes a bit harder to read. One additional point is we actually have a bit more information on each topic than is shown on the map, but we cannot show everything. So here's just one example where this, this one topic, global health response, we actually also have a slightly longer label for that, a description of what it's about, what are the main issues addressed therein, and some of the important terms that occur within this topic. So yeah, it's about global health response. So you will not be surprised to see that COVID and so on are important terms there because almost all of the projects within this topic are actually related to the COVID pandemic somehow. It's an interactive map. I can, just on the slide, I can show you like a static version of it. But if you scan the QR code, it should lead you to a website where you can zoom in, look at the different topics, get some more information about them, like their description, and so on. So if I'm going to go back to the QR code in a second, but don't worry. But if you look at this picture, anyone want to hazard a guess which topics are more involving SSH and which ones are less? Especially the more is probably the most interesting question here. Any ideas? The color coding here is not an indication. I'm going to come to a slide where color coding is an indication. So here the color coding is not super important. This is because the green ones, they are more closely related, and the red ones are. So those are kind of, that's like an extra intermediate level, but it's not directly related to where social sciences and humanities is to be found.
The ones with health, personalized, but especially the health.
Okay, the ones with health, personalized medicine.
Sorry, is there a prize for anybody who gets Okay.
There is no visual indication on the slide. It's just based on the label that you see, what you think would be something where social science and humanities is more to be found. Or
urban, there we go. Who said urban?
Okay.
Let's go. This is the big reveal.
Okay. Sorry. So yeah, there's the QR code again, and it's also going to be on the next slide, so you don't have to hurry up super much. So there are two ways in which we looked at this, because of course, somehow involving or being related to social sciences and humanities, there are different ways in which we can approach that. So the first. Oh.
Keep going.
Oh.
Keep going to your slide.
Okay. Right. That's the slide that I was expecting. So this slide, it shows the same layout, the same topics. It's just the colors are different, and that's because here the colors reflect the share of projects that, according to the Euro-SIVA classification that John also mentioned, that according to that classification have some field from social sciences and humanities. So what does that mean in terms of color? So there's a color scale that's, oh no, it's a different slide. Something strange happened with the order of our slides. I'm not quite sure what happened. So this is actually the other approach. This is so we did two ways, but I hope, if our slides are not changed any further, we did two approaches. One that's based on how many projects are there within one topic that are assigned to SSH, and then another one that is based on textual proximity or textual similarity to social sciences and humanities as a whole. So this is actually the slide that's about how close the textual description of all projects within the topic, overall, of course, is to social sciences and humanities. So there is a color code at the bottom, so the values don't have much meaning in themselves. The important thing to remember here is that when it's like dark blue, that means it's very far from social sciences and humanities. If it's on the yellow side, then it's very close to social sciences and humanities. And then different shades of green. If it's like blue-green, then it's still pretty far. But if it's closer to yellow, then it gradually comes closer to SSH. As a rule of thumb, that's just based on our own inspection of a lot of projects and topics and so on. If you look at the color around 0.3, that from there and everything to the right, that's close to social sciences and humanities. So I think especially, oh yeah, at the top there, the urban health topic is the one here that is most closely associated with social sciences and humanities. Again, according to this method, there are different ways in which we can operationalize that. Okay, so how did we obtain that? It's something that I could give very lengthy technical explanation about, but I'm going to try to summarize it into these 5 main steps. So as I mentioned, we started from the project objectives, like a short textual description. This project aims to do this and that and that and that. This was quite easy for us because, and also, by the way, for John's analysis, because this kind of information is also openly available on the Commission's data portal. So this information is openly out there. And thank you to whoever realized that, because that's super useful for this kind of analysis, of course. Then, per cluster or societal challenge, we looked at a couple. We process those short text descriptions using neural networks and transform them into so-called embeddings. That's like a numerical or mathematical representation of what this objective, this text is about. The important thing here is you can think of them as a kind of coordinates of where the meaning of this text is located. So in another way, put differently, projects that are close to each other, that use similar words, that have similar objectives, will also be located close to each other. And that then also means that in step 3, we can cluster them. Up until step 2, we are working with projects, but then in step 3, we can group the objects that are close to each other into topics. Step 4, then we can obtain a visual representation of it, like the bubbles that you saw. And finally, in step 5, we can also label these topics using a large language model, think ChatGPT, which is very good at, you give it a bunch of project descriptions and you say, okay, now you tell me what this is about. And it can give you usually, not always, but usually a fairly good labeling and description of such a topic. How are we doing time-wise, Gabby? Okay, good. There is something counting down on the screen, but I was not sure if that's...
I think that's giving us more time than...
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, good. Right. So we had the Horizon 2020 health... Sorry, I was a bit too enthusiastic there. We had the Horizon 2020 Health Challenge, and then we also looked at a corresponding cluster in Horizon Europe. And yeah, you're not supposed to remember all the topics that were shown on the previous slide, but if you compare them, you will see that some of them reappear. There are topics relating, of course, to the pandemic, vaccination, but there's also personalized medicine, AI in healthcare, and a number of others. At first, I wanted to do a very systematic comparison, but it's also a bit tricky because sometimes they are related but not exactly the same, so I did not do that. Again, there is the possibility, if you really want to scan this and look at things in a bit more detail. I'll leave the QR code on the screen for a couple of seconds because I still see some people raising up their phones.
We should have a two-screen system.
Yes, that would, yeah, okay, but it's fine. Right, okay, I am moving on, and actually this is basically the same information, but here each color is again one topic, but we can in principle also drill down to the level of individual projects. So you see there's, it's probably not super visible from the audience, not sure, but there are like little clouds of points surrounding these labels where each point is one individual project. It's a greater level of granularity, if you will, but it's a bit harder to give an overall picture. But what it shows you, for instance, is that some topics, such as palliative care in the upper left corner, they tend to be quite concentrated, all the projects tend to be fairly similar in terms of at least their project objectives, whereas others, like on the right there, host pathogen interaction, they are far more spread out. Projects have a bit less in common in general. Now, since we looked at this health challenge, both in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, we wondered, so how are they different using these methods that we used? And that gave us this result. So two plots here. On the left is the share of SSH projects. Each point is one topic, and so you see that some topics in both Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe are very close to zero, have almost no involvement of SSH. Some are fairly high. And then on the right-hand side, in terms of textual similarity to SSH, again, we see that they are quite spread out. Has integration improved? But again, this, I'm not claiming that we can definitively answer this question using these methods, because I think there are a lot of different aspects probably to that question. But using these two approaches, at least, we don't really see a big difference, I think, between what we found in Horizon 2020, what we found in Horizon Europe. I don't know if this comes as a surprise or not. Okay, sure. So yeah, this is actually, again, using the same color coding for the health challenge in terms of textual similarity to SSH. But interestingly, it does give you a bit of a different picture if you compare this to what's then on the next slide, the share of projects from social sciences and humanities, where if you look at just the share of projects that are classified as social sciences and humanities, we find only two topics that have like really substantial involvement of SSH, namely climate and health, and especially youth mental health. And then, well, health resilience is in between. It has exactly 50%. The other two are above 50%, but all the others are lower than that. From the point of view, if I jump back, of textual similarity, it's a bit more positive picture, I think, in that there are a number of topics that have a close relation to social sciences and humanities.
Should we skip the climate slides? It's just repeating it.
Yeah. So, okay. In terms of time management, I'll skip beyond the climate slides. We can jump over those. And John, do you want to?
Yeah. So I think what we. You can't hear me, okay? Because I can't read the slide. So I think the answer here is that moving on from the original report and some of the data that we have available to us, we wanted also to make some recommendations and suggestions as to what the approach could be into the future, looking at how we're going to detect and understand what kind of contributions from social science we can see across the different areas of the framework programs. And I think the first point that we would like to try to suggest, which is really important, is that in this approach, also as good social scientists, we also understand that in terms of understanding absolute results and using quantitative and qualitative approaches, it's really important to accept the value and the contribution of both of those approaches. So a lot of what we've talked about here, and particularly in, say, Raf's work, there is a lot of interpretation which is required. So we can look at the data and we can get quite quantified numbers and results, but it still requires a lot of interpretation as we go through. And I think that is important as an approach when we start thinking about the way that we evaluate our projects. So I think that's really what's captured in the first of our recommendations about using appropriate methods to assess the integration of SSAH. Mixed methods absolutely is important. We know that in terms of our own disciplines and our own disciplinary backgrounds, mixed methods can be problematic. Particularly, we're finding here, when we were looking at the publications from Horizon 2020, how few publications were actually in journals which are classified as being multidisciplinary journals. Okay, so we ourselves, as part of the scholarly community, in a sense, tend to want to still publish our work in our home discipline journals. Okay, but if we're trying to move to a genuinely more multidisciplinary environment, and that's to be meaningful, why don't we see more occurrence of work which is appearing in multidisciplinary journals? The third element, and I think it's a message which has come out a lot in the other presentations and discussions earlier this morning, which is we need to think about doing research on research. We spend a lot of money in national programs and in the Horizon programs funding research into policy areas and policy questions, from health to climate change to transport to food. But we spend very little time devoted to researching research policy. And that's really what we're trying to do here. And if we want to understand the effectiveness of policies, if we want to understand better the outcomes of the policies in research, we should be doing primary research on those areas too. So we would encourage the Commission and other funding bodies to commit some funding and support to researching this important policy area too, which enables successes in all of the others. Multidisciplinarity, if that's not been apparent to us, then it really should have been all the way along. And I think the research on research requires good data collection. Okay, we've worked with the data which is available to us. We appreciate all of the changes and advances in the publicly available data that is available to us through the Cordis database and other sources. But we think that to really improve the research capabilities and the effectiveness of research in this space, we have to think about collecting data and metadata when people are making applications, when calls are being developed, with the idea that that could be part of the research design. So what data are we collecting? What metadata are we collecting across the programs that we could use in the research itself? It's not necessary for the accounting or the administration of the programs and the projects. It's entirely important for the purpose of doing the research on the research. So I think we should think about the data collection design problem as much as we think about the definitions of core topics. Obviously, we jump on the bandwagon of the open mood and the open movement, and we would like funders, funding bodies, policy groups to make open as much of that data as is possible. We understand that there are some restrictions and there are confidentiality reasons why some of that data can't be made available, but certainly we would encourage that as much of that data is being collected, it should be made available to research groups, either for specific projects or for the general research in this emerging field of research on research. And I won't say too much about the final point, but that does relate to what Matthias was observing, which is actually the fact that there are a lot of projects that we detected in Horizon 2020 that had no SSH publications in relation to them is probably a factor of the roles that SSH partners had in those projects. Project management, communications, those kinds of things. Doing some impact assessment, but not doing primary research. We don't have the publications information in Horizon Europe to do the same analysis yet, but given the similarities that we see in terms of the proportions of participation, the similarities in the outcomes, the early indications of the outcomes in Horizon 2020, we don't necessarily see that there's a reason for imagining that that's very different. And we certainly call for a view on how the core topics themselves are designed. Tobias, one quick question. Have we got much time for questions?
Yes, it's me again. Just a practical suggestion in a way. I mean, we are at the presidency event, and it's a good way of analyzing what is working well and not so well. So for me, maybe one of the most important things until FP10 is that systems really matter. So very practical term in this setup of the program committees and the member states, etc. The program committees are a great arena for building trust and co-designing calls, and I think in most part it really works well. But it's still a bit silo-based, we have to admit that. Horizontal issues such as SSH integration, gender, international collaboration outside Europe, these struggle a little bit to get the attention and sometimes comes across these clusters. So one of my main best memories from Europe was actually from the time in European Commission was that when me and my deputy head of unit, Philippe Kéraudrin, who sadly passed away, when we were able to address program committees in other fields like energy, ICT, health, etc. Also the expert advisory groups worked really well. I think that was crucial. So you tend to talk about the state of play of SSH integration, and then you reach higher awareness in the ministry of all the countries sitting around the table, and not to forget the policy officers and the management in charge of other themes and policy areas than SSH. So I think that should be deserving a boost for the next framework program. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think one thing that I would say just off the back of that, if I've got 30 seconds, is to say that having known Tobias during that period where he had great involvement in looking at and undertaking much of the work around the integration report, and actually when the integration report was able to be published, okay, one of our recommendations would be to think about adopting some of these approaches and methods with the aim that interim results or intermediate results could be made available during the implementation of a program. Now, the final integration report for Horizon 2020 came out last year, which is after the start of the current Horizon Europe. The lessons that were learned or could have been learned from that piece of work, that thorough piece of work, was published too late for it to be integrated. We're already close to the point where it's difficult. There's still time to feed this information into the developments for the next framework programme, but certainly the monitoring of outcomes in these important areas, if we used some of these approaches, which are much lighter in terms of time and resources, to give these interim indications, you could start to use that to learn lessons and have some influence on the next generation of calls inside a programme, and not wait only until you're thinking about designing the programme after or the programme after that. And I think that helps to make those kinds of transitions and changes a little bit faster and a little bit more meaningful. Because, of course, we're talking about a 7-year span. Okay, and what we knew at the beginning of that 7 years or in the years before that will change. And if we get interim results which suggest change, I think we should take advantage of techniques which can give us those kinds of intermediate results and try and feed them into the discussion.
Thank you, John and Rafa. Thank you, our speakers, and then we start. Okay. They are very complicated. I don't know, I'm a simple mind and not very bright, so I took a couple of notes, and I want to see if people agree, and then I saw someone with their hands up, so we pass the soft box for a chat. So just to make me understand, John and Rafa, if it's okay what I understood here. So one of the things I understood from your analysis, the text, so guys, pay attention, please. Sorry. Incredible. It's like being in a class. So text sometimes matters, and the text is very close to some of the research done in social science, humanities. But then the project awarded that didn't show any contribution of social science, humanities. Is that a problem with the evaluation? Don't answer, just get the question, and then we open also to the audience. It might be a problem with the evaluation. We don't see the reviewers anymore, so we don't really know who's reviewing the project, so it's very difficult to assess that, I guess. SSH flag topics, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. What's the discrimination? How can we use the data to make a bit more clear? And one of the things I understood from you is say, don't count peanuts, don't count the participants, just count contents, which is not too difficult to do with text analysis. Rafa showed us. They are very complicated how they're doing, but actually it's not that complicated, I guess, if we want to get the result out. I don't know if I misunderstood this, and please forgive me if I did. Is that the case, or could be the case, that beside the fact that the participation sometimes for SSH could be at the level of a project manager communication, therefore doesn't lead to publication, it's also possible that sometimes social science human research contribute, but the publication come into STEM publications. So STEM publications tend to be more interdisciplinary, to integrate more the contents of social science humanities, and less social science humanities able to integrate the contents of a STEM. Is that a possibility? Pattern of publication might be worthwhile to look into it, maybe for a bit thorough analysis. I don't know, just another question. Silos. So Tobias was talking about silos. So we're talking about silos quite often all the time, but whose fault it is it? I'm not quite sure yet I understood that. Another element you all pointed out, and Tobias in particular, is expert group work. So why are not in Horizon Europe? Although I have to say from their analysis, Horizon Europe hasn't gone much further than Horizon 2020. So they work, and I mean, someone told me, yes, we did have expert group in Horizon 2020, but we're not listening to them, so we decided not to pay them in Horizon Europe. I might be just a comment, but it might not be relevant. The other thing is very important communication. So program committees, there's lots of people involved in this process of selecting and co-designing the topics. So some of your analysis is the result of what this people interaction is. Topics that are of interest at national level, program committees flag them, and then they are discussed within. I I have to say, Horizon Europe was a bit less transparent where the strategic committee was working, so we don't really know how the co-design actually happened. But we can do a post-analysis of how the calls look like and how the project report. But we don't have the application, so we don't know if the project in health, for example, which are predominantly from life science, but they have a textual analysis which confirm contribution from, there could be a contribution of SSH, which it doesn't show in the project, but we don't know if the project sent were predominantly from life science and therefore they were awarded, or so it's our fault as a community not to respond and not to be proactive in being integrated. So I think that's what I've been taking understood on a very low level of my little understanding of things. There was a hands up somewhere, Angela there. Oh, did you raise your hand? No. I just, Gunnar, can you throw it to Angela, please?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Angela Schindler-Daniels, Deal RPT, former NCP for many, many years, and I would absolutely agree with everything Tobias said. But I would like to add another observation. Since these last couple of years, I've been following the EU missions quite closely. And I have seen that the framing of the mission topics, the mission calls, have very often been very SSH directional. Since they are transformational, they're looking at issues of governance and everything connected with these kinds of issues. But once you get into the objectives and aims, all of that disappears, and we are looking at research objectives that are really looking for very specific solutions that no longer take issues of governance, of multilateralism, of education, of all of these issues that in themselves are also include research questions. So for me, there seems to be a lack of awareness that we need more research into governance if we're looking at the goals of the missions. We need more research into education if we want to get our educational systems to actually facilitate these changes. So my question is, how do we get, or can we get the awareness there that these are research questions, and also research questions that a one project approach is not going to solve? So if we did research on governance in FP7, that doesn't mean it's going to help us in FP10.
So a mismatch between the co-design and the actual project funded, which you actually identified also in the data analysis. Is that the case?
I mean, I think part of the challenge is answering that question. Oh, I shout. Answering that question in very precisely is quite difficult from the kind of the data we have. Except the indications are that yes, that's where it hasn't translated from some of the broader, more aspirational kind of descriptions that might go into a call that might come out in what looks like the project itself. When you're looking then deep down inside the projects, those don't seem to be necessarily the outcomes. For us, I suppose for me, the indication that is when you're looking at Horizon 2020, where the publication outcomes are, is a really strong indicator of what the actual content of a project was. We can't replicate that in an ongoing framework program because we don't have yet. There aren't projects which have been running long enough to have produced publications which are in the databases. So that's problematic, which is why we're trying to use these indicators or approaches which are better or reasonable proxies for what we think is the kind of a strong measure, publications, versus the kind of the proxies which are good intermediate approximations of where projects are headed. Okay, so I think that's what we're trying to indicate, and that includes an acceptance that you have to have both quantitative and qualitative approaches.
Okay, so the data can tell us what is there. They can't tell us how to make it better, can it?
Well, it can if, as we were saying, you spend more time doing some research on that ecosystem, the research ecosystem itself, which would point to and identify the spots, the places in that ecosystem which were stopping social science being integrated. Is it in the core design? Is it in the experts that you have evaluating the projects? Is it something else about the governance of the system, the choices of topics for things like missions, right? So I think the more that you understand and take a research approach to understanding the effectiveness of that ecosystem, then you'll start to get closer towards answering what needs to be changed in the design of the next framework programs. Okay, but waiting until it's finished and then learning the lessons for the program after, to us seems a little bit slow.
So, as Isha, we want to help, and we would try to help as much as we can. So we would publish some data to give us some ideas, if nothing else. Is there any question? Oh, there's a question there. Go, Natasha. Angela, can you throw? No, throw it. Throw it. It's the whole point of it.
It's going to kill me.
Launch it. Okay, that's fine.
Will you regard it as a success if most people survive this session?
No. Go on.
Yeah, there was a point on the need of data collection and metadata. Do you have an idea, really concrete idea of what metadata do we need, and very concrete things that would be improved in that regards? Because the problem when I see that the data is not enough to have good analysis. I look also for gender, for example. But then when we turn to the Commission, they said, okay, but if we need to collect more data, we need to ask researchers to spend time to filling form, and there is a level there we cannot collect more. We are asked to simplify application and so on and reporting, and this cannot be done with asking more. So I think we should find concrete suggestions on how it can be done in this context of trying to collect less data or asking more. It's rather the way of using the data we have in having good quality of what we have, and but this is if you have idea.
Do we need more metadata, or can we handle what we got?
So I mean, having spent a long time helping researchers put proposals together, I know that not everybody's enthusiastic about collecting other information, but that's where I think what we were suggesting was that it's not more information, it's the right information, right? So if you took it as data collection to help you answer a research question, you would collect the data in different ways and different data. Collecting ORCID numbers would help to identify individuals and locate them within kind of disciplinary and topic contexts. But it's not necessarily about more data collected. It's appropriate data for the questions that we're trying to answer. And I think that's a kind of a research mindset. That's a research approach to doing the analysis and doing evaluation, which is why, again, we keep coming back to this idea of research on research.
Is there any other question? We got here in the room a really experienced researcher in publications. I'm looking at. Gunnar, is there anything better can be done in analyzing and improve SSH integration if you take a publication from the... Can we throw the cube at Gunnar? Is there?
Oh.
Well done. Thank you.
The good thing about publication data is that they are independent of the funder. But we need funding information in those publication data to get it even better. But that has been become normal practice now too. That when you publish an article, you will even publish the project number of the funder. So yeah, they are independent and they can be analyzed with more advanced methods, as Ralph showed. Then this pre-classification of the projects that goes on when things are funded. I think the combination is best in the end of the two data sources. Another good thing about publication data is that you don't need to ask the scientists to provide them. Because as long as you publish information about what you have been doing, who was involved, what you found out, it's all open data. So publication data are rich, much richer than we think of when we think about how people count them. And they can be analyzed at an advanced level to identify topics and also even connections between SSH fields and STEM fields. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you throw the cube to Nina and Kimberly? I would like to know, you deal with the researchers all the time. Are they happy with SSH integration? Oh, there are a couple of other hands as well, but just a second, I'll come back to you in a minute.
So what exactly do you want?
I want to know how happy are the researchers? You support, Net for Society support social science human researchers to work and to submit proposals for Horizon Europe. So my question is, are they happy with SSH integration and how it works? Is the community happy? Is contributing? Is embracing the SSH integration? Do I have a magical recipe for doing better?
No, I think they are not happy. Yeah, and I guess we can even say they sometimes don't find themselves addressed in the other clusters. And I think this is a big problem, that when people read a topic and they don't find where their expertise could be contributing to, or if they cannot show this is what I can contribute to the project, it's really difficult to reach out to the other communities and say, look, I'm an expert in XYZ. It's not written in the objectives, but I would like to contribute to the project. And I think this is something that has been coming up since the beginning of Horizon 2020. It has gotten better in some of the topics. It is very heterogeneous, so you have topics where it's addressed in a good way and people find themselves, and there is topics where it's flagged, but still you cannot see the SSH, the possible SSH contribution, and this has been, yes, since Horizon 2020.
Thank you. There's a question behind you, Nina. Do you want to pass the cube? Sorry, Kimberly.
Yeah, thank you. I work for the Ministry of the Wallonie-Bruxelles Federation, so I'm in charge of scientific research here. But I have been working in the academia for many years as a sociologist, and I was wondering, when you talk about publications in journals, when I was working at university, I remember that the relation that scholars had to publications was very different depending on the field. In some fields, people publish in journals. In other fields, and I think in the humanities, for example, it's much more about books. I mean, it was at that time. Maybe it has changed. But so I was wondering, how do you take into account, or how did you take into account that different relationship of scholars towards publishing in journals? Then I have a second question about if we go further than measuring the mention of social sciences and the humanities in research products. I would be interested to know then what kind of difference did it make? Did you find ways to assess whether the involvement of social sciences into a research project had an impact or had made a difference somehow, or not. Maybe it made no difference at all, or maybe it did make a difference. And if so, is it possible to assess what happens when you have social and sciences researchers involved in a research project? And then I also maybe had a third reaction is that, as someone mentioned before, it's so vast, the field of social and sciences and the humanities, and I sometimes get a bit nervous when I have the feeling that some people reduce the role of the SSH to behavioral sciences. I mean, social sciences and the humanities are not only about sending projects to consumers and analyzing how they will respond to a marketing message or something else. There's a lot about ethics, about how we can draw lessons from the past, from history. There's a lot about how governance, a political country is organized or a community is organized, and what's the role of different actors. There's so much more than behavioral sciences. I was wondering whether that vast range of approaches, and how do you take this into account in your research, in your analysis of the role of social sciences and humanities? Thank you.
Yeah.
Guys, do you want to take it? Yeah, you was.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. As for the last point, absolutely, I agree completely that that's important to consider the broad scope of what falls under this umbrella of social science and humanities. As for your first point, I think it also relates to something that Matthias mentioned earlier. So yes, absolutely. We know that different disciplines in social sciences and humanities partly communicate in different ways using different publication types, also partly to different audiences. And I agree that this is something very important to take into account, which means that the data sources that we use is a very important choice. So I think, John, for your analysis, you used Scopus, which definitely has limitations in that regard. And so we should also acknowledge that the analysis is a bit limited in that regard, but it still can give us kind of high-level understanding. But certainly once we start attaching policy implications or conclusions to that, then I agree that we should be very careful about the data sources that we use, specifically regarding publications and connecting to humanities, social sciences. So I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, last 30 seconds.
I just wanted to say something about whether or not integrating SSH makes any difference. Given the room that we're in and the purpose of the conference, I would of course suggest that social science is critical to improving the outcomes and effectivenesses of interventions and policy in every space that it's connected. But of course, I can't say that, right? Because we haven't done the policy evaluation work. We haven't looked at those interventions which came out of the projects, which were funded, which included SSH to connect into climate policy or into health policy or to food and transport policy. So unfortunately, I'm going to sound again like somebody who's just saying, well, guys, we just need more research, right? But we do need more good research. And I think that's the point, okay, which is good work to do policy evaluation studies is worthwhile. Good work to do research on research policy is worthwhile. And I think those are the messages that we should be thinking about, which is our assumption, our forecast, our estimate, is that these complex challenges require multidisciplinary research and require social scientists, humanities scholars to be involved to give different insights. But until we demonstrate that, it's just our speculation. It's our instinct that it's right. But let's find out. Let's do some policy review, intervention effectiveness work. I think that's really worthwhile.
we are at the end of this session, very long one. I'm sorry to keep you hostage. And definitely we want to change the system. We change the system looking at evidence. That's, again, we're perfectly fit on with the conference. Thank you very much, John and Raf. Thank you very much for those who resisted to the end. And you're free.
Yes. Hello. You are free indeed. We would like to kindly extend an invitation to join us upstairs for a small concert and drinks, which was not planned for you, but it will be a happy surprise, I'm sure. Thank you.
Quand il y a à boire, c'est toujours une bonne surprise.